Okay, we are live. Big news today. The Diablo 4 Campfire chat for the next PTR and the expansion. It's gonna be live supposedly in 49 minutes, so I guess I'll do some Hell Tide, which is some content which I can usually easily get out of, so I don't have to worry about running Horde, something not being able to finish the run and shit like that. So okay, let's see. I remember I left this one yesterday after a run because I had to do whatever, right? So, what an interesting softcore ring. Okay, yeah, we're good. Nothing here. Spear and life. Okay, let's smash it. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. Almost. That's not bad at all, actually. Let's keep it here. And for some reason it's not freezing here. Let's change that. Also. Okay. Let me pull the Diablo official YouTube so I can pause, I can rewind, I can comment, but they didn't schedule anything yet, which is kinda weird. They usually do, like, schedule it a day in advance or something, and they started like half an hour before, so yeah, anyway, let's get back to actually doing something. We'll wait for it. And these, what are those? No. Okay, let's see, where is it? I should join my voice chat if anyone wants to come. Okay, I don't see anyone from the D4 Mafia here yet, but they'll turn up, I guess. Huh, okay. Some of them are in another channel, let's see. Кобрайте! Голям стрим ще има днеска за експанжа на Diablo, за PTR и така. По график след 45 минути, ама гледам, че още не са го стартирали, защото обикновено го нагласят примерно от предния ден или нещо такова, там schedule, да могат да се запишат хората, които ще гледат. И го стартират около... Да, пускат го само, нали, за notify такова, schedule, а не е лайв още. И, нали, че предстои да можеш да лайкнеш, да искаш нотификация и такива работи. И обикновено го пускат около половин час преди да почне и там с някаква музика и такива работи. И като почне, пускат примерно някакъв трейлър и почват да говорят. Би трябвало скоро да е, но не знам, що той този PS Raider, нали, казва, че бил болен и ще ли да правили нещо от сорта на конферентен разговор, нямало да бъдат от студиото на Blizzard. И някакви такива, защото болен бил, имал COVID, от тая сутрин излязъл по дизитивен и нямало как да го правят там. Що бе, какво ти направил? Що бе, какво ти направил, човека? Според мен се върши добре работата, Колко ти от другия бряг, нали си върши работата? Боли ма патката ми, че от другия бряг. Там да се прави работите от другия бряг, когато не е на работа. Нали си върши работа, де знам. What's the big deal? Аз не ги мразя, просто не ми пука особено, че са такива. Чак пък да ги мразя, толкова да допускам да ми влияят, че чак да хейтвам, де да знам. Никой не иска да ти налага, то винаги го имало, просто сега се говори повече. Той не е нещо от вчера, той го е имал хиляди години вече. Да знам. Да, няма такова. Ой. Няма, моето дете, ако някой му каже, те, знаеш какво ще направиш? Ще го наръгаш, ще му каже, магай се, бе, педал. Ще го наръгаш, ще му каже, ай базирай, бе, педал. Възикам се, не, да знам. Ами да, какво се занимаваш? Какво се вкарваш? Кое е то? Не е много, да. Трябва да ги разцепваш. Без да се замисляш. Без да се замисляш. Оле. That is good. Добре, той почва след 40 минути, no news yet. Чао. Добре. И какво значение има? Аз си правя сам билда. То на Necromancer, брат, имаш там 5 работи, не мога да направиш друго общо взето. Тъй че, не да знам. На сърсърката са малко повече работи. Много неща мога да плескаш. Кое? То каква сорсърка играе? Кое бе? Наблюдал? Не. Мистер. Баш, шо ли си? Курса. Ничего. Coverage.
My bags are full.
Ама, то е добре да научиш как от нищото ставаш нещо, бе. Що хубаво да даваш предмети, ама примерно някой дето умрял и вече знае как да си... Да, бе, ама... Тото му прави демиджа, бе. Еми именно, защото иска да разбере как се вдига героя от нищото, как стигаш до пауъра. Ами тото е най-важното. Най-важното в играта. Еми... то ти си на те са паднаха те са работи, не са трейдабъл. Ой.
I need time to do that.
Тук са събрали много играчи пред магазина в града. Ще кажеш, че тъс нещо да дава безплатно. Какво става тук? Абе, в Кьова шат тук е до тъс до бижутера. Мацката дето е. Орзен. Ще кажеш, че нещо раздава безплатно, де да знам. О, нали? Какво има в този магазин толкова? Ето, обявиха го. Трябва да почне след 6 минути ли? Те защо... Не, те защото го пускат половин час по-рано, Starting Now, там и музика вали. Като гледам няма много интерес за сега, 193 човека чакат. Обикновено са по 5-6-10 хиляди. Не да знам, може би, защото те сега са го пуснали сигурно. То... Ще видим код дадат. Да бая работа ще говорят. И ще видим прогресията, ще ни дадат сезонната прогресия да тестваме на PTR. Сигурно може да ни прехвърлят героите пак. Той PTR-а ми малко голям смях, защото има проблеми, глупости, може да си умираш на воля. Правиш героя, отиваш до NPC-то и веднага си левел 100 и имаш предмети, голям смях. Направо се едно с щит. Okay, 5 minutes. What? Oh no! Too sad! I wanna do some changes though. Let's go. Da. Like fuck this. And let's go here. That's the heal, no damage. Huh? Huh? Cool. Oh, okay. Коя не разбрал. Ами не чух тук. 2 points. Окей. Ти гледаш мен? Окей. То ти... Коя? Експанжена? Да. За коти, да. Коя аз ли? Съча. Колко му живота? 6000 армор не е лошо, ама е по-добре към 7000 за тия 4, ако иска макс резист там, от физикал. Yeah, 9. Good chance, 72. Wow, 58. What the fuck? Аз не мога да шляпна един балмар някъде тук. Не. Да. Wait, what? Let's see, come on, mob, hit me. Huh? Hmm. Не, какво е то? Мале, колко е pointless то. А, верно. Сериозна работа. Работата е много дебила, значи. Окей. Projects. I need to find 1 point. Dominate. Huh. 3 points. Damn. Hmm. Hmm. Ако е Грета Рафикс, и ако го Master Wars, ще станат 53. Бах мал. Кулдаун.
I need more essence.
Еми той има и зависи какъв е скила, защото има и Ultimate Cooldown Reduction като. Ако е Ultimate, elixir. Waiting for Diablo. Okay, we almost started it. I need to set this up. Oh yes. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see, what did we get? Брат. Те бяха много яки тези свидри преди, ама много май ги нърфнаха много тъпо.
I need more time.
Тому имаш само един.
I need more time.
Oh, I don't have the Cindy.
I lack the required essence.
Ah, okay, it's starting soon, in 23 minutes. Give it 20. So...
I need time to do that. I need more essence.
Oh, they fixed it! Now the grid shrine on the Helltide actually spawns goblins too? Okay.
Maar cansado, realmente.
I need more essence. My burden is too great.
И пък не знаех, че мога да пиеш по две колби.
Не можеш. Беше бък миналия сезон.
То и сега може да го пиеш.
Мога да пиеш инсенс. Не мога да пиеш повече от един елексир. Инсенс е друго. Мога да пиеш 3 инсенса, ако са от различен тип. Тип 1, тип 2 и тип 3. За той ли говориш? То той да, ама преди имаш бък, може да пиеш повече от един елексир. С един елексир, който може да комбинираш с всеки друг. Както преди беше елексир of Death Evasion. Имаше елексир, който ако те ланшотнат, ставаш безсмъртен за 4 секунди. И не умираш. Хардкора беше голям. Да, хардкора беше голям майтап, човек, то не мога да умреш. Разбираш ли? И ако сложиш един защитен аспект и като те люпнат, първо се активира едното, после другото. И то няма умиране, разбираш, то беше направо от пълен майтап. Не мога да умреш такова да си понесеш последствията. И малко тъпо.
Херо да ли умре, бе?
Да бе, каквото и, нали го направих след 4 часа същия. Аз то исках да видя, между другото, предполагах, че те ще стане. Исках да видя тези глупости Shadow Bolt-овете, те дават стакове, аз зато умрях, защото аз танкнах 7 бе, братле, ти баш са, повечето хора умират на първото или на второто.
И за какво се смена?
Какво значение има? След 4 часа същия герой даже прави повече демидж и без да съм оправил ръкавицата и бутуша. За кой си говорим? А пък аз съм убила кучката, имам коня, имам титлата. Волим патката, те вече виж, че всички са в...
Той говори за Лилита, Дидо, де ти как да не влизаш в този дънжън.
Нали ти казах, че всички са в PTR режим вече, сезона няма какво да се прави на него. Освен аутове и фън и фармейте, да стане героя 2% по-як. Пак как че издържа толкова с много този сезон, не знам. Music volume.
Дава ти бъф.
Той пише 18 минути, да знам какво става. Seventeen minutes. Dum. Where was this? Okay.
I need time to do that.
Аз обаче сега съм местя, защото ще говоря там, ще слушам с интерес и ще коментирам глупостите. Да видим какво ще ни принудят да правим този път. Освен груповата игра, какво друго искат да ни изнудят да правим и тея? Това е много тъпо, брат. Хората реват за соло мод, уне си им варят груп Dungeon Ride, като на Lost Ark. Бах си хората, брат.
За какво реват груп Dungeon, ли?
Хората искат соло мод, Blizzard им дава райд, който е задължително да си в група, иначе не мога да стартираш. Разбираш? За каква тъпотия си говорим. Хората искат соло, те дават наемници и райд, дето трябва да си в група, че го почнеш, не мога да ходиш иначе. И там вътре се пада ресурс, който ти трябва за крафтене. Ай, кажи ми ти кой са. Малумни хора ли са, какви са, не мога да разбера. Да не говорим, нали, на уникатите, те ги промениха и махнаха им хубавите афикси и сложиха някакви тъпоти, армор. Примерно има билдове ред, като сложиш предметите, където ти правят билда и имаш 20 000 армор, пък ти трябва 9 000. Еми за какво си говорим? Ти хора са къл ли са според те? Не знам, нещо не е наред там. Ще кажеш, че някой работи там да ги саботира нарочно, нали, да прави тъпоти.
Иска да играят хората в група.
Еми не знам кой искат, ама за мен те с работи, дето ги правят Blizzard с тази игра, са напълно неадекватни работи. Особено пък Necromancer-а най-зле клас. Най-малко опции има, най-нищо няма какво да направиш, имаш билда ти, всеки ползва 2-3 неща едни и същи и избираш си скил да правиш демидж и то е. Мерси. И в повечето случаи, ако нямаш примерно шако и едико си, не ставаш. Бах си ги играта, брат, те се подиграват нас. На всичко отгоре искат 200 лева за тази игра. Сигурно си къв си. Към бе, what the fuck. Нещо ми се струва, че не се подиграват хубаво. Ще видим сега Microsoft какво ще направи. Там Microsoft, Xbox, там странно.
Да, ти ще я бати сейла от всякъде.
Кое?
Като на Lineage.
Какво направиха там?
Всеки месец плащаш по 15-20 долара да играеш.
Не. Факто. Но.
Да. То по един или друг начин си купуваш премиум.
Minutes. Yeah, but
Дено нещо не си. Съм 99 лева.
много герой.
Бърдаря.
А,
Още малко остава.
ема
100 лева.
то играта ти почва след 100 лева, там глифови трябва да направиш.
Аз правя 100 лева. Без проблем.
Да бе,
Са 100... Последните Nightmare Dungeon.
те са ташаките в Switch. Които съм да така.
Лесни.
Да. Ти не виж, че аз направих с герой 96 лева, направих тир 93 за 45 секунди. 45 секунди минах дънджена, бе, брат. Възкаш се само варе, натискам копчето и школяга.
Про. Бана, какво за мъртва, бе? Бана, вънка ли за мъртва? Те имат повръщано, бе.
Някой запалил контейнер. Бе. Уф.
Баната химия, брат.
Да, химията. Оле, то тук няма какво взема. Heavy weapon, ли? When does this end though? Oh, I can't see the fucking number. 4 minutes, 26 seconds. Okay. Yeah. This thing needs resource solving. Okay, 9 minutes. They're gonna probably start it earlier. Oh, you're cool. Dum da dum da dum da dum da dum.
What will it be? Not while I'm in town.
Okay, 30. Armor, bro. Why armor, bro? Armor. That's so fucked.
Те с комби не е лошо да се оставиш малко съндък, ако умреш да имаш...
Okay, it started. Okay.
Задържаш shift и левия клик и прехвърляш.
Vessel of hatred, we travel south to Nahant.
Материалите, да, ама те с комби не мога ги крафтиш.
I'm
Ще
moving.
става на дроп.
Vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch of land in Sanctuary's eastern continent, and we've packed it full of experiences for every
Okay.
type of player.
Full
In this
screen,
expansion,
not full
there's a
screen.
whole lot to
Where is
explore
it?
under the dark canopy of Nahant.
Transform. Fit to screen.
Nahant is the southernmost region of the eastern continent that Diablo 4 has been taking place in.
Should
It's
be
the
fine
last region that we
now,
haven't
but
visited yet
I'm
so
gonna
far in
move
the
it to
game.
my TV.
It's one that we've been to before in Diablo.
There's lots of new areas. We have 6 in total. 4 of them are jungle themed, and then we where you're almost walking amongst the branches high above the jungle
Alright.
floor.
Imagine a thick canopy that the light is just barely poking through.
The whole area has been infected by this thing called the Hollows infestation. The Hollows are a new enemy that's associated with Mephisto. They themselves are kind of like a tar-like substance creature born straight out of the depths of hell.
It feels a little twisted. There's a sickness to the area itself.
Humans have ventured into this deep part of the jungle where there's all this poisonous plants and flora. The dregs actually started experimenting with eating these hallucinogens, and it put them into this aggressive psycho rage.
The dregs were pretty.
Yeah, we've seen that one already.
Much more variety in the monster family. You have one of these tall dregs, and then half of a body of another dreg on top of it, kind of controlling it, and telling it where to go, and tossing poisonous bombs at the player. When you come across it, it's very memorable.
And then we've also got the area of Tenganse, where you've got the Tenganse Plateau, which is full of these red-rocked plateaus and canyons.
Imagine
That's
getting
it.
up above the land. Those gigantic walls have pockets inside where monsters could live. It offered up a lot of opportunity to bring back a monster family like the Lukunai.
We're bringing them back in a new way here as a fully fleshed out monster family with multiple classes.
What a more brute force looks like, what a caster looks like. They are very much apex predators, and we're definitely in their territory.
Okay.
And then there's a little sub-area called the Skittering Earth.
The name alone makes your skin crawl.
And it's bug infested, and you can see how the bugs have destroyed the jungles and kind of input their influence on it. Within the Field of Giants, you have these giant corpses of these long dead demons that humans have begun to mine away at for their resources. While they've got a lot of use out of them, they're also toxic to the land around it.
The notion of massive demons walking Sanctuary 1,000 years ago is really thought-provoking.
Just
Plateau's also
1,000?
got just this beautiful color scheme to the lighting. It's really lovely to be there. And then horrific at the same time, you know, it's great.
The mercenaries
The
in
bad
Vessel of
news, the
Hatred are
mercenaries.
a group of people who we like to describe as ordinary people with extraordinary skills. They have the same level of will to fight against the demons of hell.
And there's 4 mercs that you can collect over the course of the campaign. It starts with Rahir, a blacksmith and a shield bearer, is a more defensive fighter.
He's able to go in there and soak up damage, use his shield as a bulwark against the enemy.
You meet him early on in the campaign, and he's one who introduces you to the mercenary network. You end up finding acquisition quests for 3 other mercs that you can find throughout the course of the story.
Subo, the drunken archer, is going to work really well for people who want someone who's out of the main melee, in the back, offering utility and that kind of range support.
Then we have Variana, a berserker crone, who's a melee combat fighter, close range. She's got a really cool combat meter, a massacre meter, where you need to keep killing enemies to get the meter to be filled.
Just got a bunch of really interesting utility skills that you can kind of build in.
Finally, we have the demon child.
We've seen that
who's a
one
magic
already,
user
though.
who can transform himself from human form to demon form and join you in combat.
There's this really great reinforcement ability where you can take one of the mercenary skills and attach it to one of your powers so that when you use that skill, it calls them in to do a specific skill.
With the mercenaries for Vessel of
Somewhat
Hatred,
good.
one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For Diablo 3, you had a very basic type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your character build, I think that's where the fun in the mercenary system really lies.
We'll see about that one. Now, what about the lone wolf
The Dark
types?
Citadel is a new endgame feature that's coming in
Yeah,
Vessel of
that's,
Hatred.
gonna
It's
be
an
problematic.
entirely cooperative player experience. All the mechanics within it are based around you working together with your party members to solve the challenges and face the first
Yeah,
class
okay.
hordes
Again,
within.
what about the
One
solo
of the
players?
outcomes of the Mage Wars is this giant crater.
Yeah,
and
mercenary
all the
skill 3,
souls
but
that
look
were
at this,
kind
the
of lost in
Citadel,
from
it
those
requires
The
people
goal
to
of
do
the
it.
first
That
Khazra,
sucks,
who are
bro.
kind of
That
the
is
original
so
Khazra,
fucking dumb.
they're
I don't
using
know.
the powers
They're forcing
within
us to
the
play in
Citadel
groups.
found
That's
within
my
this crater
problem.
to
And
perform
if you
experiments
play
to
it with
try and
some
bring back
randoms,
their dark god.
they can fuck
Only
up.
recently, people have started going missing. They head into the Khazra region,
I
they
don't know.
disappear, never to be seen again. So it's clear that whatever they're planning is about to come to fruition, and your job as the players to get in there and stop it.
Citadels are a place where we take what is the best part of Diablo, combat.
No, it's not.
and we
You
test
fuck
it
with
in a
us.
different way,
What's the
which is
best
adding
in forcing us to
cooperative
play in
mechanics
group?
that you have to manage on
No.
top of that.
Yep.
For
Yep.
example, a boss
They're
has an
just
attack.
fucking with
As a
us.
player, you have to collect an item that allows you to reflect the attack back at him. So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, we're each responsible for reflecting that shot once. So we all have to sort of master the timing of that move. You can't do that kind of thing without coordinating as a team, and that's sort of the example of what Citadel gameplay feels like.
When designing the Citadel, we designed a lot of really cool bosses. And so one of the things that we did is we
So
took that
unimpressed.
design and made,
Unsee,
like, armor sets for
unsee,
each
please.
of the
Unsee.
classes.
Delete
That
from
way you feel
memory.
like you took their
Unsee.
armor and you feel like you're wearing a little bit of them after your victory.
We also have a currency that's dedicated to the Citadel, where as you play through, a vendor can be interacted with to buy custom cosmetics that are unique to the Citadel. You can play with 2 people, but the ideal experience is for 4. In order
What
to
about with
facilitate
one?
that, we've built a
Yep,
multi-party
exactly.
vendor feature, and the community has been pretty vocal about wanting this for a long time. It made a lot of sense to us to pair it with this new Citadel mode.
Yeah, at
It
least
really
maybe
is an
this will
activity
help.
that's geared towards people who love to play together with their friends or with strangers
No, we
and enjoy
don't.
that cooperative gameplay. I cannot wait for players to get into the world. I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that the team has fit in.
There's interesting things to find and see and discover around every corner, and it's just a really great experience getting to explore Nahantu.
Oh well. At least the music is good.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Campfire chat. This is the patch 2.0 Campfire chat for PTR.
Colin is
As you guys can
here,
see,
guys!
We're in a little bit of a new
Colin is
environment. We're
here!
doing this from home.
So, it might be good
had to do
actually.
a quick last-minute pivot about
Colin
24
is
hours
here!
ago.
That's good news
I was
right
struck
there.
by
See the
some
guy in the
fun
top in the
through
middle?
after
That means we're
Gamescom,
getting
but,
good stuff.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our production teams behind the scenes. Lucas, Jade, and Rich. They
Oh boy, I feel safe now.
to allow us to do this and for us to be safe and to be able to still give you guys this exciting information for patch 2.0. But to lead us off, I do want us to do some quick intros for everyone here on the actual panel.
It's Colin and some guys.
Would you like to start off the intros?
Yeah, sure. I'm Colin on the design team.
He's so modest,
I'm
this
Aislinn
guy.
Hall. I'm a
He's super
systems
big.
designer with a focus on live balance.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
Charles.
you're
I'm
the
a
one to
class
blame, I
designer
see.
working on the live balance for Diablo 4.
Oh boy.
Hey everyone, I'm GD Sidhu, and I also work on the systems team.
Awesome. So we got a whole panel here, way more than what we normally have because we have so much to actually cover. We do want to jump into things pretty immediately, but I did want to recap really quickly. Obviously, last week we were at Gamescom. We made some really big announcements for Vessel of Hatred, where we announced, the mercenaries that will be coming to Vessel of Hatred, along with how that system works with like reinforcements. It's like a new take of how mercenaries play within Diablo, especially since Mercenaries has such a storied history within the franchise itself. And of course, we also talked about the Cuirass Undercity and the Dark Citadel, along with the Party Finder feature that players
we're
will be able
going to
to
Cuirass.
actually
And
partake
where
in
is
with Vessel of
Mephisto?
Hatred and
Give
use that
us the
for Dark
Mephisto
Citadel and
news.
other features within the game. We do actually have a blog up on Diablo4.com that does do a good deep dive across all of those specific items.
Okay, we'll
so you guys
check
can
it
actually check
after
that
the
out.
stream.
But we have a packed agenda today. This will be a long one, so we hope that everyone will sit down and grab a snack and join us as we talk about some pretty large
I'll be
systemic
grabbing a
changes that will be
snack
coming
too,
with
looks
Diablo
like.
4, along with some new stuff that we'll be sharing as well that will also be coming with Diablo 4. So we're going to start off with some progression updates. We're going to move off into some class and balance changes, along with some quality of life updates,
Okay,
and
let's
then
see.
we'll kind of cap it off with a
They
cool
basically
new
showed just one.
announcement that will be coming with Vessel of Hatred. So Aislinn, Colin, I know you guys want to jump into some of these big progression changes that you guys were talking about last week, so take it away.
Okay, let's get it,
thanks,
folks.
Adam. And I'm sure everyone has no idea what the big surprise is at the end.
Mephisto!
Yeah, right. Let's jump into the progression. So when we launched the game, we had a sort of vision for the game that we felt like was really fun to play through once, where you'd sort of traverse through these world tiers and you'd be gaining new sacred items rarely, and then you'd be getting ancestral items when hopping into World Tier 4. And as we played the game more and more, and as we've gotten feedback, that necessarily hasn't really been super fun. So we've sped up a lot of the progression to sort of get you into that space that where you feel powerful, where you have autonomy over your choice in terms of difficulty and challenge and reward. Diablo is all about that progression, right? And sort of lasting and feeling efficient. So we wanted to take a step back after looking at itemization. We've added a ton of itemization progression that we think is feeling pretty good. There's a lot of ways to customize your character. There's a lot of ways to progress your itemization. And we wanted to look at other aspects of the game. So that came in the form of like what hasn't aged super well. What are the things that we really enjoy and we see that you all enjoy, and doubling down on that. So two of those things are difficulty and overall just character progression from your paragon to your glyphs, etc.
Yeah,
so
they're basically
taking the approach of like really doubling down and embracing
game.
again what has been really fun, right? Lasting, being efficient, having control over your challenge and reward, right? Profane Mind Cages is awesome when you can stack it to 3 and you can hop into those hell tides and just
Hope we can stack it
tons
to
of
10.
experience and reward for pushing that challenge. Key dungeons like Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, really pretty much every endgame in the system at this point has a tiering system associated with it, and we think that's like pretty indicative of like what has been fun, and we want to embrace that. And part of that is that idea of I can push really hard to get more efficiency. Part of that's conquering milestones, right? It's really good. It's a ton of fun to hop into World Tier 3 early. I think I hopped in at level 25 in the latest release just to see if I could do it, and it was a ton of fun. And it's sort of all about embracing that gaining power in multiple ways, feeling super powerful. And then another thing that we really wanted to look at in terms of making this better is alting. We made a change to make it so that the mythic uniques could be equipped at level 35, and if you've done that, it's a really badass experience where
you're just immortal.
Barbarian, slap your grandfather on him, and you just blast through the leveling experience, and it's a ton of fun. That being said, we've added tons of sort of power to the equation, and we wanted to make sure that we also gave you more autonomy to sort of challenge yourself with all that new power, and we're adding a ton of new power in the expansion as well. So to cover it again, right, we want to look at expanding the progression in other areas of the game come patch 2.0. So with that, Aislinn actually has a bunch of exciting changes to talk about here.
I do. Thank you, Colin. Okay, everyone, I want you to put on your
Okay.
thinking caps because we have a lot of details to cover. So buckle up. We, in fact, have a topic screen here because there's so many things regarding progression that we're going to be talking about today. So the way that we're approaching this presentation is we're basically going to be bringing you through what a character's journey would actually look like. You know, starting by talking about the character journey and then talking about some difficulty tier changes that are coming, and then
Yeah,
going
they're adding
deeper
stages and
into,
torments.
you know, how you're
I
going to be
think.
gaining more rewards from those said difficulty tiers. So yeah, without further ado, let's simply jump in and get started with the
Okay.
character journey. Okay, so some changes coming to how you're going to be leveling up. There's going to be a level adjustment, first of
Oh
all,
boy, new
coming to
max
patch
level is
2.0.
60.
Right
That's
now in the
so
live
dumb.
game, you know, you go from character level 1 to 50. Those are your skill point levels. And then every level after 50 is a Paragon level where you're earning 4 Paragon points per Paragon level. We're going to be splitting those out in patch 2.0. And so you're going to earn Paragon points, which are going to be separate from your character level. Levels 1 to 50 represent those character levels. And there's also going to be a new max character level, quote unquote, of level 60. And that means that you
That's
are going to
bad.
be earning 10 more skill points from
What?
what you had been earning pre-patch 2.0. There's
Ah,
also going to
yeah.
be a reimagined
Could be
pace
put
to
to
the
good
leveling
use.
journey. So we
Except
have
on the Necro.
a lot of new difficulty tiers that are being added to the game. More on that soon. But effectively, lower difficulty tiers are going to be offering you a slower pace if you're a near player, you just want a very casual, chill experience. But you're going to be able to bump it up if you want to. Like if you're, you know, engaging with tempering, you're engaging with all these systems that are making your character stronger, and you want something to test that against, we're aiming to give that to you. And these difficulty tiers are going to be offering you improved efficiency, improved rewards, and the goal is to improve your pace if you can blast through these difficulties.
Yeah, this is a
Now,
lot like the
yeah.
mine cages, right? Like we sort of heard, yeah, we heard you like mine cages, so we put it in the game systemically, like from whispers to Helltide to literally everything in the world. Like maybe you like doing dungeons, and
Okay.
really it's sort of like giving players that choice to do what they want, and it's not just Helltide now that can push that difficulty.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
So it will work
Like we were just playing on the development team, we were playing Helltides and, you know, playing with mine cages, and we were like, this is great. Like I want to just be able to do this or like have this option available to me, like basically whenever I'm playing. So that's a big part of these changes. Moving on here to the number adjustments. So as a lot of you guys found in footage, yes, there is a pretty substantial number adjustment. So a big part of this is we want to make sure that there's room for growth. And we're adding a lot of player power in patch 2.0 and Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah, probably content is gonna require it.
Numbers don't get so crazy that we cannot even fathom them, right?
Yeah.
And so a big part of this is giving us a good starting point
Right.
in patch 2.0 where we can afford to grow numbers.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aislinn, I think it's really important, you know, to have numbers that are like when you're like doing damage numbers to see ones that are meaningful to you, right? If you're increasing your damage like even 10x, but it's taking it from like an 8 or 9 digit number to a 10 digit number, it's almost impossible to see that kind of growth in player power. So with numbers that are more readable on screen, that A makes it much more obvious when you're getting more powerful, and
damage.
just makes the game as a whole easier to kind of comprehend.
Totally.
Yeah, and it's important to note that like this is relative. In that we're not slowing you down in any way. This is purely sort of one of those adjustments that we're making to ensure that you can have more growth in the end game. We're not at the top end nerfing things like crit chance or CDR. Really, this is all about having actually like sort of what we set out to do when we launched the game is have more grounded numbers for longer. That's not to say that you aren't going to get insane in the deep end game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're still going to have a lot of power to game. And yeah, finally, Just going back
we'll
to this
see how
first
this
bullet
goes.
here on this slide, we're going to talk more about Paragon later, but for now we're going to focus on some other things. So sit tight.
Unfortunately, I can't move the
Okay, let's
chat
talk about
thing
how
for some
monsters are
reason.
changing. So we've streamlined monster health and
Yeah.
damage in a pretty big way. We took a look at how monsters gain health and how they gain damage over different difficulty tiers. And we've really like honed in and kind of universalized our approach to how they're gaining power throughout your character experience. And this is going to be applying to all monster types, you know, normal monsters, minions, which are elites, little buddies, elites themselves, and of course bosses. And all of these monsters now have health that's relative to their normal monster counterpart on any given like difficulty tier. And what this does is it really helps smooth difficulty progression and the difficulty of any experience that you're currently in. Secondly, we have some changes to monster scaling. So monsters are going to scale to a pit
Reduce
tier. We're going to
instances
talk
of
more
getting
about that
one
as
shot.
well pretty soon too.
Okay, I'll
So
hide the
sit
chat
tight.
though.
And the big thing here is that monsters are always going to match the player level now. So on live, we have a world where monsters can be, you know, 100 levels offset of you and anywhere in between. And that can be fairly hard to understand. And so a big part of this pass is kind of removing that element of the game so that we can focus on what difficulty we're currently in and using that as the judge of how hard or how easy or wherever in between the content you're currently in is. And finally, we have some pretty cool combat tuning
I don't know
changes.
about this one.
So we've taken a lot of looks at, you know, like the moment-to-moment combat pacing in the game. And monster mechanics across the board have been adjusted to really hone in on player momentum. You know, you're here to slaughter demons. We want you to move quickly through the game.
Unless you're a
and
necromancer.
We don't necessarily want monsters to be slowing you down, especially normal monsters. And to achieve this, you know, we've reduced instances of getting one shot like out of nowhere, and we've also adjusted boss HP so that they're not quite as grindy after you're moving in from, you know, after blasting down AoE packs in the pit, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely a pain point. Oh, great call.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, just saying right there.
Sounds
That's always been the
interesting
pain
for
point
now.
in the pit so far. Is like, hey, you're really strong. You blast through most of the dungeon, and then you get up to the boss, and the boss takes, you know, 5 minutes or more. That's just like such a slog. So we're definitely making sure it's
now
more
they
consistent
finally
experience,
realize it.
in a
Oh
given
boy.
difficulty tier, you're gonna have a more consistent
Let's give them
experience
an
across
award.
boss and
They
other
deserve it.
portions of the game.
Yeah, and we've already taken a lot of steps towards this. In one of the previous seasons, we set it so that you wouldn't get armor cap penalties as the monster is leveled higher than you, right?
Yep.
So this is really just sort of consolidating a lot of the, I'm going to get shit for the Blizzard math, on the back end to make sure that like, a lot of the things
Okay,
are
at least
really
they recognize it.
being
That's
reworked
good.
on the back end to address the problems we see on live with the crazy exponential scaling of boss health from like 4 different multipliers and the crazy exponential damage that some of the monsters are getting. It's like yes, the corpse bow, of course. Dying in
Corpse
one shot
bow
from
is
screen. A lot of
fine.
those things should be much more consistent as you're climbing through those.
Look at this. I'm gonna pause this a bit. My problem with this is that they are tuning the game for softcore people who are running around with 20k life, wondering why they are being one-shotted to death. Well, do I even need to reply to that in some way? Because I don't know. I don't feel like it. But this is kind of bothersome. Let's see where it leads us.
Difficulty tiers, which we're going to talk more about in the future or in this presentation.
Very soon, in fact.
Okay. Difficulty
like right
tiers.
now. Difficulty tiers.
Right now.
Yeah. No problem.
Let's talk about it. So this is our beautiful Blizzard illustration, if you will, of current day.
Very good.
Art by Colin. Thank you very much.
Gotta call out Colin. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
We've got
We're going to
the
get art for this.
This is art. What are you talking about?
yeah. This
is beautiful.
Modern art.
Yeah, the best.
Yeah, you can see we have the big bone boss, very, very sad at the current state of things up there. So what this is basically illustrating is that there are basically brackets right now on live where various content is relevant. You have world bosses that stay relevant for a certain amount of time. You have Helltide that stays relevant, maybe a little bit longer than world bosses do. And then you have world tiers 1 and 2. Then you have world tier 3, which is, very sad. Sorry, world tier 3.
Yeah.
And then world tier 4.
Magnifying glass, you can see it.
Yeah. Maybe if you look really closely, you can see how long it takes to go through world tier 3. And then world tier 4, which has like a bit of a tail, but still pretty short.
Half an
and then
hour.
we compare it to like where our character's power currently exists, which is, you've got level 1 to 100, and then of course your journey throughout all of the pit tiers. And basically what this is illustrating is a lot of these content types fall off. World bosses don't stay relevant forever. Helltide doesn't stay relevant forever.
No,
the world tiers
you're
living
wrong.
on
It
in the
stays.
open world don't stay relevant. And eventually it simply becomes about running the pit. And that's the place where you can judge your character's strength. We don't necessarily want the game to work that way. We want a lot of activities to stay fun and interesting and engaging for as long as possible.
Oh boy, finally.
And so
they
to accomplish
realized it.
that, we've got some pretty big changes coming to difficulty tiers. So let's dive into the meat and potatoes of this.
Yeah,
Talking
that's
about
how it is right
pit
now, actually.
arbitration. And
Every
that's just a
5,
fancy way
they
of basically
change
saying
drastically.
that the pit is going to be something behind the scenes that's setting the pace of all difficulty in the game across all content types. So pit tiers are going to match difficulty tiers. There's going to be 5 pit tiers per standard difficulty, which is just encapsulating 4 new world tiers pre-level 60, which are normal, hard, expert, and penitent. And then there will be 15 pit tiers per torment difficulty. And there are going to be 4 torment difficulty tiers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Difficulty tiers are going to derive monster health, damage, and intensity from the pit tier that is associated with that difficulty tier.
Okay, let me pause this a bit. Basically, it is like that right now. They are just telling you it is like that. Because every 5th, it changes drastically compared to the previous one. Like 70 is way different than 69. 64 is way different than 65, and so on and so on. That's why people are farming like 109, 119, and so on.
I know that's a little complicated, but we're going to have some...
You can easily check that. Like 124 would be way easier for you, especially if it rolls good mobs, compared to 125. So yeah, that was a thing. They just telling us now.
Some supporting stuff to show what this means a little better pretty soon. And I do want to call out intensity here. Colin, do you want to talk about monster intensity raising between difficulty tiers?
Okay.
Yeah, so intensity is something we
that
played
would
around
be
with in
new
the base game, and it's sprinkled out throughout the game. But what intensity is it's a backend system that controls monster aggressiveness as well as monster intelligence. So by aggressiveness, it's things like they attack faster, they have lower cooldowns, they move faster. And then intelligence is they predict your movement more, they'll face you more. So if it has a big swing, it's actually going to try and track you a little bit more accurately. So it's not just the health and damage that's going up through these difficulty tiers. The monsters are actually becoming a little bit more dynamic and fast-paced. And we think that feels pretty
like
good.
In the different world tiers, they're just scaling it further, basically.
System that we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is totally something we do have on the live game, but in the new
okay, what did I just say? He just confirmed it. Okay, that's good then.
patch 2.0, you're really going to feel that difference. Currently you feel a little bit of difference in between the different world tiers, and that's just going to be magnified, and your moment to moment combat it's not just going to be higher numbers. The moment to moment will feel different and harder at these higher torment difficulties.
Okay, let's see it.
Yep, they're going to become
That's
bigger
probably
jerks
what we're gonna have to test on the PTR. Mark my words.
All right, so let's talk about difficulty gating. So this is basically how people are going to be moving through these different difficulty tiers. So the pit is going to unlock once you hit character level 60, which is the new maximum character level in patch 2.0. So pit tiers associated with standard difficulties are going to unlock immediately, which is pit tiers 1 through 20. You're going to be able to challenge all of those immediately once you're max level. And you're going to need to beat Pit Tier 20 to unlock the first Torment tier.
Okay.
Once you beat Pit Tier 20, you're allowed to go into the overworld on Torment 1. And then, as we see here, there are 15
So
pit
they're
tiers
forcing
per
us to
torment
do the pit
difficulties.
now.
So
Okay,
to unlock
that's
Torment
fun.
2, you would then need to progress through the pit.
Is
Oops,
essentially
sorry.
saying now that level cap is 60, you actually can find some of the best items in the game very early, right? Imagine if you were able to just start finding the best items in the game in World Tier 3. That's really sort of what we're talking about here. We're really speeding up when you can actually get to the end game, where we've added things like the pit, we've added things like nightmare dungeons and more end game activities for you to engage with, and item modifications.
Yeah, that's
systems.
good change,
so,
because
it really
basically
is sort of getting you into the
in
fun
World
faster,
Tier
which also
3
makes
you don't do
alting a
anything,
lot
just
more
the
cool,
capstone,
right? It's
and
way
move
easier
on.
to sort of get to that point where, all right, I'm in the end game. I'm going to start looking for awesome items. I'm going to start modifying my items.
That's a good
so we
change.
think that
Zeiss
sort
approves.
of represents a pretty substantial change to how you play the game.
Yep.
Oh
So
yeah,
for
absolutely.
us wondering why we kind of built it around the pit, you know, and why we associated difficulty with the pit. How do y'all think about that?
Because nobody
Yeah,
does
so
it?
right now the pit is a fantastic razor to judge your character against. And I think that this overhaul is effectively turning the pit into the game's backbone, to use kind of a gruesome term, but you know, we're Diablo, so whatever.
Yeah.
It's basically turning the pit into the game's backbone of like difficulty. And all other
That's a really good
difficulties
idea,
kind of
though, because
derived
with the
from that.
Infernal Horde staying in
And
the
it gives
core,
us a very
nobody's gonna do the
predictable and
fucking tip.
understandable pace for you to experience all other activities in the game based on the pit's difficulty.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, and
Totally.
that razor is great for pushing difficulty, right? You think about how part of what's really fun, again, about Diablo is that feeling of progression and that feeling of becoming powerful, then taking on a big-ass demon, killing it, getting awesome loot. And what the pit is going to do is you're going to push that difficulty, then unlock new torment tiers, which is going to unlock more efficiency for you. And
Right.
you can sort of think about it as like we've added not just a World Tier 5, but a World Tier 5 and 6 as part of this torment system. And it's something we can continue to sort of evaluate and build on as characters become more powerful, and we add
That's
new ways
nice.
to sort of play through the system.
Yeah, and I think it's also a lot about consistency across content, right? Currently in the live game, we've got a lot of different levels of different types of things, right? You've got Nightmare Dungeon keys, you've got pit levels, you've got Infernal Horde tiers. And we just kind of realized that, hey, the pit is something that we have, really good delineation between the different levels. So you've got a wide spread of different tiers for that. And that's something we can kind of peg difficulty against across the whole game to make a more consistent experience. When you're in a certain difficulty tier, you're just going to get a more consistent experience across all activities.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like when you're on Torment 2, you're going to know that all the content you're facing is on the level of Torment 2. But right
Okay.
now on the live game, you go into a pit tier 50 and you're like, okay, it's pit tier 50 difficulty. And then you go into a Nightmare Dungeon tier 50 and it's a totally different difficulty.
Yep.
And then you go into an
that
Infernal
is-
Hordes tier 8 and you're like, wait a minute, this is extremely hard compared to these other ones. They're just not similar, right?
Yep.
And so we want to create a more level playing field so that difficulty is easier to understand.
It's also
so the pit's
like
like a
Which
common
is
language
a
and
really good
shared
idea.
experience for everyone.
Yeah, that's definitely a benefit, and it's also in some sense leveling up all the activities. Like, I know that there's some people who really enjoy whispers, for example, and whispers just falls off. Like, if you're doing the pit and you're level 100, you're level 90 in the pit, like whispers are terrible, right? Like, you're not actually going to run whispers when you're pushing that deep into the game. But now when sort of things are leveling up with torment tiers, you have a place to go and sort of juice the efficiency from those different activities if you like that activity.
Okay.
Yeah, and this kind of carries over to other activities, not just whispers. It's like, your hell tides.
Yeah,
to
the whole
Infernal
world is
Hordes.
leveling, right?
Yeah, and
That's good.
Which is another thing. Like, Infernal Hordes is something that obviously was introduced in Season 5, is coming back, and is a permanent feature within the game, and is also
Which
going
is
up
good,
with
yeah.
the rest
Easy
of the content.
leveling, easy mods.
Yep.
Easy gold.
All right. So let's talk a little more about the details of difficulty tiers.
Okay.
So on the right-hand side here, you can see this table. It's basically showing off the associated pit tier with any given difficulty tier. So normal simply starts on 1, and then like we saw before, it goes up by 5 each time until you get to Torment tiers, at which point it goes up by 15 each time. So Torment 4 lands on 65, Torment 1 starts on 20. And in light of this, we have changed the highest pit tier to be 100, down from 200. And this doesn't mean that the pit tier 100 is going to be the same difficulty as it is on live. It's going to be harder. So each pit tier you're going up is going to be harder than it was before, effectively. And we also have this pretty neat new system where we have smart keys. And what that means is your things like Infernal Hordes or Nightmare Dungeons. The keys to enter those activities are now going to follow the current difficulty tier that you're on. So if I have an Infernal Horde key and I'm on Torment 3 and I use it, I'm going to go into a Torment 3 difficulty Infernal Horde. And the same is true for Nightmare Dungeons. So we're pretty excited about that change because, again, you know, coming back to all these things we've talked about, where it just kind of makes things easier, just makes life easier.
Yeah, it's a big quality
it
of life
would
change,
make
'cause
it easier if we
on live
actually
right now,
are
you get a
able to
bunch of
change
sacred,
it, not only on the
Nightmare
statue.
Dungeon keys, and I'm sure everyone runs a ton of World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeons, right?
No,
You
no,
definitely
not at
don't just
all.
pop in to get a
Don't
sacred
even
weapon.
bother.
But what I'm getting at is a lot of those keys just end up getting salvaged. And now when all
Yeah,
keys can sort
of
of
course.
carry weight through various Torment tiers, getting a Nightmare key is this interesting choice of like, well, do I keep it or do I run it now? Because if I keep it, I can just use it at a later time. And it's really about giving the players that choice on when do they want to run this content. We're not just going to invalidate that key and say, oh, in Torment 2, you need to find a new key to do this thing. So I think it's definitely making key management a lot easier and more fluid as well. One thing on the pit, Aislinn, that I think is really interesting is we definitely have rescaled the pit. Tier 100 is sort of like our 200 on live. But I think that's something that we definitely want to keep an eye out on PTR. We don't have any problems with increasing the amount of pit tiers. Like, this is something we can definitely revisit if we see in PTR that you all are insane, which is probably going to happen, and you beat tier 100. We really like that it's a razor and measuring stick, and we don't want to take that away from players. So that's something that we want to get PTR feedback, and we could really use your help in breaking that system and seeing how far you can push it.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. And, you know, like we've said on this stream, there are going to be a lot of new player power opportunities coming. And so, yeah, please show us what you got, as they say.
All right, let's see.
Okay, so let's talk about, let's just dive a little more into the details. I think we went over a lot of this stuff already, but we can kind of go through this slide here. So yeah, all content in the game exists within an expanded difficulty tier selection, like we were talking about. I think an important thing to call out here is that, for example, Penitent is, if you're comparing it just to like kind of understand what it's going to look like relative to live right now, Penitent's kind of going to end up being like World Tier 2 if you added 45 monster levels on top of it. And that's intended to kind of be the upper echelon of like pre-max level character leveling. So if you really want to amp up the difficulty to as hard as you can make it, like going on to Penitent is where you want to be. And this is just a lovely little visual aid. We've got some cool new icons for these difficulty tiers. Normal, hard, expert, and penitent. It gets harder as you keep going. Okay, so yeah, and we really want this to be like opt-in, not progression locked. And so the vanilla Diablo 4 difficulty tiers kind of operated as progression tiers, right? And what I mean by progression tiers is the moment you get to World Tier 3, as Colin was saying, like you unlock sacred items, maybe you go into a dungeon so you can find a sacred weapon. And these things unlock so quickly and they drop so frequently that you kind of just got this huge burst of power and you never really got to feel that power.
Really now?
And we want to make sure that you are like feeling each upgrade you get in the game and it feels really, really punchy.
Okay, we'll see
and we
about
really
that
want
then.
these new difficulty tiers to be player guided. Like we want you to be able to make your own decisions on when you're moving on to the next one and what's the right pace for you.
Okay.
And of course, these new difficulty tiers are going to give you improving rewards. You're going to find more gold, more experience, and you're going to have more loot efficiency per difficulty tier. So the higher difficulty tier you can fight the game on, the more efficient your experience is going to be effectively.
We'll have to
And I
play
think that's
test
really
the new
important.
progression though,
Oh, go ahead,
because the
Charles.
leveling now is gonna
Yeah,
be
I was just
very
saying that's
different.
really like what I view as the differentiating factor between what current V4 is and in the new patch 2.0 is if you enter Torment 1, you can find the best item in Torment 1. You could complete your character and get full best in slot and everything. It's just gonna take a while, right? It's gonna be less efficient. You're gonna be getting less loot. And whereas in the live game right now, right, you just can't find the best things in World Tier 3. You are kind of obligated to go to that World Tier 4. And now, if you're able to clear higher torments with efficiency, that's just going to be the best option for you to find the gear more efficiently, but you aren't forced into Torment 4 to find the best items in the game.
Yeah, that's something I've really liked about it is that, we get to start the end game a lot earlier with Torment, right? Because there's nothing that you're excluded from. There's no awesome piece of loot that you can't find by Torment 1. And so you get to really start to test your build after it's kind of gotten some real optimization, I think much earlier into the journey than before.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jeevan. And like a great example of that is what we're doing with the ladder bosses or the lair bosses. All of those unlock in Torment 1. The cost to summon them is static. It remains the same throughout all the Torment tiers. And what that means is if you can beat it on a higher Torment tier, you're going to get way more uniques. So you get a handful of uniques starting in Torment 1, way more uniques in obviously Torment 4, but the cost, because it remains static, we're not going to ask you to get anything extra like a Stygian Stone. That just means as long as you can kill that Torment 4 boss, you're getting way more efficiency out of that boss. I mean, it really is like this, it feels amazing to sort of progress through those Torment tiers and just unlock way more power opportunity.
Yeah, we don't really have this differentiation of like a regular version of the late game boss, like a regular version of Duriel, and then the tormented echo of Duriel. That's not really a distinction that we have anymore. Whereas like previously it would cost more materials to summon the tormented version, but it would give more rewards. Now it's the same cost across the different torment tiers. It's just if you're able to conquer him on Torment 4, that's where you're gonna get the absolute most bang for your buck in terms of resources in to loot out.
Okay.
Yeah. And I want to just double down on like Torment 1 is where the end game starts now, and just each torment tier that you're ascending is making your end game, more fun basically, because you're going to be getting cooler stuff or more frequently.
Okay, the biggest
so
problem of the game.
Tiers. Let's move on to some itemization changes. So item strength. We have what I like to call the item power shuffle happening in patch 2.0. Items with item power above 540 are going to be adjusted to 540. And affix bands in lieu of this, or in addition to this rather, are going to be adjusted as well. So yeah. Items at the new character level max they're gonna max out at 750. And that's not actually the highest item power that's going to be in the game, and we'll talk about that more in just a second. But most items you're going to be finding once you hit max character level will be item power 750.
Okay.
And you're going to be finding much better item power items from levels 51 to 59. There's going to be big item power jumps. So once you start leveling your character past those original 50 character levels, you're going to start finding a lot better gear. Okay, so let's take a look at what an ancestral item looks like in patch 2.0. Oh, could we? Yeah, let's take a look here real quick. So you'll notice here that this item has 800 item power, which is 50 higher than the max 750 that I was talking about before. You'll also notice on the right-hand side that is the Torment icon. So ancestral items can be found starting on Torment 1. They're going to become more frequent as you ascend Torment difficulties, but they're still going to stay pretty rare throughout all Torment levels. You'll also notice that the greater affix on this item is highlighted. That is because now whenever you find an ancestral item, they're always going to have one greater affix. They can roll with more, but they will be guaranteed a single one every single time. So let's dive in more into the details.
Sounds really good.
Aislinn is part of finding a greater affix on live right now. Is sometimes it's on life per second. It's like, oh, okay.
No, yeah, that was terrible, basically.
Dive in more into the details.
That, right? Aislinn is part of finding a greater affix on live right now. Is sometimes it's on life per second. It's like, oh, okay. Got a greater affix on life per second. But now when you see an ancestral item, it's always going to have a greater affix. And that ancestral eye power bump, the affix bump, is going to feel really good. Even if you miss that affix, it's still a huge upgrade to your character if you haven't found one of these before.
Yeah, totally. And sometimes, right, you get an item that has multiple greater affixes on live, and it's not at 925. It's not at the highest item power, and that's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like, well, it's kind of good, but it's a lower item power. And now things with greater affixes will be definitionally at that highest item power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I told you. They usually make changes like that every season.
So sacred items are not going to drop anymore. They're kaput. You're going to be looking at normal items pre-torments, and then you're going to be chasing ancestral items once you are in torment tiers. So yeah, starting in torment 1, they're going to start to drop. As I said, they're going to become more common as you go up, but again, they're going to stay fairly rare. They're never going to, be like the only thing that's dropping. Ancestral items are intended to be where you're finding forever items. So when you find like a really good ancestral weapon, or of whatever slot that you may not have an ancestral item for, that's going to be a big moment. That's going to be an exciting moment where you're going to get something a lot better.
Forever
because
items.
They also have their own affix band as well. So these ancestral items are going to have better affixes than their non-ancestral counterparts.
Those guys. Very softcore oriented.
Something to note is that greater affixes only drop on ancestral items.
Yep,
You're not going to be finding greater affixes on non-ancestrals. So when you see a greater affix drop
It's
on the
ancestral.
ground, you're going to know that that is an ancestral item. Ancestral items also have 2 tempering slots, up from 1 on non-ancestrals, and they're masterworkable up to 12, whereas non-ancestrals are masterworkable up to 4. And finally, they are going to have higher aspect ranks too. So you're going to find legendary aspects that become better on ancestral items.
That's really good.
And Charles, we actually added a ton of power to legendary aspects to accommodate this. We didn't just sort of readjust where those power bands are coming from.
Yeah, all of the legendary aspects that now scale a little bit further into the ancestral tier, we basically just tacked on 5 new levels kind of on top of the current value. So you're just going to find even more powerful legendary effects than you have currently in the new ancestral tier.
Sounds interesting. So far, so good.
It's going to be a lot of fun to find those. Okay.
Paragon.
Let's move on to Paragon.
Yeah, that's what we've been waiting for.
So we have some pretty big glyph updates coming with patch 2.0. There's been a significant rework to how many ranks you can earn on any given glyph, from 21 to 100, which is a lot of new ranks. But we want to make sure that there's still texture in that system, right?
Okay.
And so because of that, we also have a new a new glyph rarity, legendary. So once you upgrade a glyph to rank 46, it becomes a legendary glyph, which you can see here on the right. This spirit glyph is level 50, so it's past that 46 mark. It's legendary. You're going to get a glyph radius increase at rank 15, which is already in the live game, but you're also going to get another radius increase at rank 46 when it becomes legendary. And this is making them bigger than they could have been previously. So you're going to get more space with your glyphs because of this.
Beware though.
And when a glyph becomes legendary, it also unlocks
probably gonna be needed on a more difficult
more so than it did before. And you can see that on the bottom of this glyph here. It's got the legendary bonus, increases critical strike damage by 21.6%.
So just a reminder
and
to the other hardcore folks,
this is a multiplicative bonus.
dying
this
now would hurt a lot.
21.6% is not an additive bonus. So you're going to be getting a lot of power from that bonus there.
Yeah, but
Something else I want to bring up is that
Yeah.
glyphs are moved.
Something else I want to bring up. Imagine having to level up 8 glyphs to level 100 when you die on hardcore. Right? That would be fun, no?
Moving to the pit. So you're going to be upgrading your glyphs in the pit.
Oh boy.
You're no longer going to be upgrading them in nightmare dungeons.
Yeah,
and it's going to
that's
be an
good.
attempt-based system. So when you finish a
Okay.
pit run, you're going to go to the end, and you're going to be able to have some chances to level up your glyph and increase their
What?
ranks.
It can fail?
And if you are in a pit that is 10 tiers higher than your current glyph, you're going to have guaranteed success. And for every 20 pit tiers that your
RNG
that the
glyph
pit level
leveling.
you're
Oh
in is
boy.
higher than your current glyph that you're trying to upgrade, you're going to get bonus ranks so that you can accelerate the process. Do you
Okay.
want to speak more to that, Colin?
Yeah, I think this is a really important note because you could easily look at the rank 100 and be like, oh my god, the grind is even longer. But based on how that upgrade champ
Let me screenshot this because that's like. What?
Upgrade?
the
Okay.
grind is even longer. But based on how that upgrade chance works, it's guaranteed as long as you're beating pit tiers that are higher than your glyph. And then how that bonus math ends up playing out is if you're beating, for example, a pit tier 30, that's roughly somewhere between today's world tier 3 and 4, you can upgrade a glyph from 1 to 15 in 3 runs. So you think about the difference between today's game and patch 2.0, you're getting those glyphs leveled way faster if you're pushing that difficulty. And what we really wanted to do here was we've heard a ton of feedback around how the XP system for Nightmare Dungeons feels really grindy. It also just doesn't serve the Nightmare Dungeons very well, right? It's like,
Yeah,
how do
it
I get
could
to
be
the end
slow.
as fast as possible, but nothing in the dungeon matters, right? And
Yep.
that what that does is in the pit, it's all about speed and efficiency, and it sort of embraces that. And we think that that's just really going to accelerate your pit glyph upgrading speed.
I have one problem with this. Let me pause it. In the Nightmare Dungeon, you can skip through monsters by evading or using a mobility skill and shit like that. In the pit, you actually have to kill things to get to the end and level your glyph. Which is... I don't even want to comment on it, but let's see what they say.
Sort of,
I don't think
be
that's
really
necessarily a
clear with
good change,
the
though.
chance-based system is essentially there because it felt really bad when it was binary. Like when we said, hey, you need to beat the pit tier, or you need to beat a pit that's 10 levels higher than your glyph, and if you don't, you get nothing. That just felt really bad. So the chance is not there to increase the grind or slow down progression. It's actually just there to protect from like it feeling just terrible to not get literally anything from that run. So again, to be clear, it's 100% chance as long as you're pushing difficulty. We think that this fits the content a lot better. We've heard a ton of feedback.
Yeah,
around, like,
I
the pit
mean,
rewards feeling
they just created another RMT heaven right there with this thing.
lackluster, and there's not really a reason to push difficulty. You know, you
Oh,
sort of
boy.
just want to hone in on like 90 or 101, depending on where you're at in terms of your progression journey on live.
Adam
This
Tears
system
will go
really
wild
encourages you
now.
to push and gives you a tangible reward every single time you do it.
Yeah, and I think it's important that there's the consistency of like the communication between, right? So, hey, my glyphs are currently level 50. Well, what kind of pit tier should I be approaching to upgrade these? Well, somewhere in the range of 50 to 60, right? You know, just a little bit higher so that you can keep pushing that harder content. And also, if you have a glyph down at level 1, because maybe you haven't paid attention to that glyph, it's going to level up much faster if you are already proven yourself, proven that you can hang in pit tier 50, for instance. You're going to level those up very quickly.
I think what's also cool is if you have a build that you feel isn't doing as well as you go up in Torment, it makes it a lot easier to kind of snap something back in and catch up faster.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the further you progress, the easier it is to level those up. So here we have a video basically just showing off what the new UI looks like for upgrading a glyph in patch 2.0. So you can see that it's showing you the current pit level you're on, the current success chance to get a rank
direct
up.
upgrades.
And something else I want to call out is that when you are, oh yes, right. So this is rank 45 to 46 explicitly, which is the moment where you are increasing a glyph from rare to legendary. And something important to note about that is that it does cost a fairly significant amount of gem fragments as well, but it's giving you that increased radius size, and the new multiplicative legendary bonus, which is pretty sick. And here we have an example of showing how the radius gets even bigger in patch 2.0. I want to call out here that the midpoint says level 21. That is not correct. It is level 15.
So I guess they'll have to update those Paragon
but yeah,
boards
previously there
themselves.
there was only
Look at,
one radius increase.
look
now
at
with
this.
legendary glyphs at rank 46.
Yeah. Like, can you see how useless it
There
could
were
be?
only there was only one radius increase.
Wait,
Now
okay.
with legendary.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Useless, right? Or whatever. Well,
Glyphs at rank 46. There is a second radius increase.
that's typical Blizzard being an example of the bad example right there, right?
Okay, so
Okay.
let's talk about some more stuff related to Paragon. We have realm partitioning for Paragon now, and this is kind of getting into alting that Colin was talking about.
Oh, so it's for all the
We
characters,
have
like
realm-based
Dieter
Paragon
style.
points now, so your Paragon points are going to be shared across an entire realm. And remember that what a realm is like either seasonal softcore or seasonal hardcore,
those
or
Diablo 3
the same
people.
for eternal.
Why
Those
did
are
they
realms.
let them in this game?
And these Paragon points are going to stay latent on a pre-level 60 character. And what that means is that, you know, if you have, let's say, 150 Paragon points on a realm, those Paragon points will remain inactive on any character that's pre-level 60. But once you hit level 60 on that character, they will have those 150 Paragon points.
Okay.
And it's also important to note that any Paragon points
But boards
you
are
earn
staying
on
at
any of your
least.
characters in that realm are going to be shared among all characters in that realm. So if you earn
That's a
25
little
or
bit
50
less
Paragon
grindy
points
now.
on one character and then hop over to your alt, you're going to have 25 or 50 more Paragon points to spend on that character too. And in addition to this change, we have a pretty hefty Paragon level increase. So right now the current max besides Renown and Altar of Lilith bonuses is 200, and we're increasing that up to 300, which is going to give you a lot more levels to chase throughout any given season. Okay, and in light of these changes coming to Paragon, we've made some adjustments to the way that boards work as well. So because we're offering so much more power with legendary glyphs, and they mean so much more to your build, you know, we're looking to set a maximum for the number of Paragon boards that you can equip at any given time. And this is also because, you know, on live right now, the best strategy is to aim for as many glyph slots as possible. You just go off. You oftentimes ignore whatever legendary node bonus you're getting just for the glyph slot. And we want to make sure that you're really focusing on these legendary nodes and that you're focusing on these really cool legendary glyphs that you're getting.
You can't get more than 5 boards
really
now.
think about those choices.
This is very
instead
bad.
of gunning for like every single glyph, for example.
This also complements the additional. I was just going to say this really helps complement the additional 100 more levels. Like we've heard a lot of feedback that it feels really flat once you hit 100, that there's just no more progression. You don't really need to kill any of the monsters anymore unless it's explicitly to get the loot drop off of them. And that kind of feels bad, right? Like I'm walking through this dungeon and like I get literally nothing out of killing these monsters. So with the board limit, we've packed a ton of power with additional Paragon levels to grind, a ton of power with the legendary glyphs, but it also creates a situation where once you've achieved all those different things, you don't feel so bad necessarily around not getting to that Paragon level 300. At a certain point, you start to really.
What if I want to get more glyphs instead of those rare nodes? That
Paragon
sucks.
Points are going to start providing you more of a show of sort of how badass you are, and give you incremental progress.
I don't think so.
A little bit less sort of demanding that you must grind through all of this
Zeiss
content
disagrees.
to unlock every part of your Paragon board.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and something I'm pretty excited about this is that, you know, sometimes on live it can feel like my goal is to get a new Paragon board, and as soon as I achieve that, my goal is to get a new Paragon board and get off the one I just unlocked. And I think this change really lets me kind of explore the boards and think about what specific route optimizations I want to take, and it lets me personalize that a little more, which I'm a pretty big fan of.
Well, I know we have we just went through a ton of content right here with all the changes that are coming for progression to Paragon to itemization. I know it's a lot for people to hear. We will actually have a blog immediately up after the stream that will kind of also explain a little bit more of this to players so that they can actually get a understanding in their own cadence of like what is going to be changing with patch 2.0 for Diablo 4 in regards to some of the progression items. I know, Colin, we're seeing a lot in chat of like, people are noting like, hey, this feels a little D3-ish in ways.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted to chat or like comment on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm happy to. It's definitely familiar, right? So we thought a lot about like what is the right way to address the player feedback of we've gotten a bunch of feedback around like world tier 5, world tier 6, world tier 7, right? I want to be able to level up the challenge in the game. I want to be able to get more efficiency, and we wanted to do it in a way that was leaning into what we saw you all were really resonating with, which is getting to the end game faster. And we felt like, okay, well, we could add a world tier 5 and add ancestral, uber ancestral, and increase the level cap. But that would mean you would just need to grind more to get to that point where you're finding your forever items, doing item modification. And we could add a world tier 6, uber ancestral, right? And it just sort of made us reevaluate what is important. And it's what's important to us is getting people into the end game, getting people finding their forever items, smashing monsters, getting more powerful sort of item modification and efficiency. So that was part of it. And then the other part of it, I'd say, is I think Diablo 4, more than any Diablo, has had a ton of item customization and power along the leveling journey, which really makes the leveling progression feel different, right? Like if you're tempering, if you're imbuing aspects, if you're really min-maxing your reward scheme, you can really push difficulty tiers early. If you've played D3, hard is really the only real difficulty, right? But because we have so many different ways to grow your power, we think that represents a pretty fun challenge of like, how do I take all these pieces and really push as early as I can to get to that max level faster? And one more thing that's really important to note is the jumps between torments are pretty enormous. We don't expect you to sort of play it like today's D3, where you essentially log in, get your Hadrig set, and hop right into Torment 16. The jumps are actually pretty enormous between Torment 1 and 2, and it creates this really fun like progression through those Torment tiers, and it feels like a meaningful step forward when you get into Torment 2 and then
That's
Torment
good to
3.
know.
We're hoping this doesn't necessarily feel like a 2-hour sort of journey through the Torment tiers, and then now you're in Torment 4, and that's how you play the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and also one thing I'll add is, shouts to Twitch chat, everything that you say, hey, you like what we're doing, big dub. We appreciate it. Much love for the response. Also, all the people in Twitch chat who are like, I don't like this. This isn't working for me. Much appreciation the same. We're looking at what you're saying, we're thinking about it, and we're going to try to incorporate it and make the game better. And I think it's interesting, I'm seeing the sort of Diablo 3 references, and it's like, from our perspective, if something really worked well in Diablo 3, that's more important to us to like do the thing that the players felt like was working for them than anything else, right? The fact that we've done it before in any form, to me, wouldn't stop us from doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
I
think
doing it the right way. Yeah, I just said doing it the right way for D4. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
This is the difficulty of doing everything remote. It feels like it's like a Zoom call, but interrupting each other. And also big shout out to Twitch chat for calling out Jeevan's cord management. I've seen that message a few times already. But so thanks, Aislinn. Thank you, Colin. I know Colin's going to be joining us more on a couple other topics, but we still have a lot to talk about in this stream. And the next thing that we do want to talk about is class changes and everything. And so Charles will be taking us through all the class changes for patch 2.0.
Yeah, awesome. So before we get into some of the slides and details, I just wanted to thank Colin and Aislinn for talking about all the systemic updates that are coming, how we're going to test your character and how you're going to progress through it. But my topic's going to be a bit more about how, like, what are the exact abilities and skills and new legendary effects and uniques that you're gonna get to take on these awesome challenges that are set up through the difficulty tier system. And also a slight disclaimer, PTR is a very early build for whatever is going to go live on patch 2.0, and some of the assets that we've captured here are also still early on, and so some of the exact numbers or some of the wording may slightly be changed, so definitely refer to the patch notes, which we're going to be publishing right after the stream, for the exact details and kind of final, in air quotes, numbers that are going to go on the PTR, and of course it still may be subject to change before we actually launch patch 2.0 live. All right, so with that out of the way, let's start talking about some of the tempering changes that are going to come in patch 2.0.
Tempering.
So tempering is a system that we introduced back in Season of Loot Reborn, Season 4, that gave you a way to really customize your items and kind of make your build your own. And we've received a lot of feedback on the tempering system, and we're really committed to iterating on and making sure this system is the best it can possibly be going forward. One of the key points of feedback that we heard was around weapon tempers. So these affixes that you get to attach to your weapons, right? Your weapons are your big important part of your build and your character. And there was a big disparity here where some affixes that were on weapon tempering were multiplicatively increasing your player power, right? Things like double projectiles or things of that nature, or bash cleaving, which was a multiplicative
Tempering
bonus.
is changing.
And others, not so much, right? You had some other ones that were more duration or size effect, and they just were hard to compare against each other. And so going forward in patch 2.0, we've made all weapon tempering affixes multiplicative damage increases, oftentimes to very specific skills. And to accommodate this, we already had one bonus projectiles, and now we're going to have new affixes that give skills chance to deal double damage, which means if triggers the chance to deal double damage, the entire skill is just going to do twice as much damage as before. Every hit of it will deal double damage. It's kind of an all or nothing kind of deal.
Softcore Andis,
and then the
rejoice,
chance to
more
hit
damage.
twice is the chance for any time it deals damage, you just get an extra hit of damage. And this allows you to trigger things like lucky hit procs or anything that counts the number of times you deal damage. That's going to trigger an extra time with the hit twice. Offensive tempering affixes, these are the ones that can also go on your weapons, but can go on other spots as well. These are going to be additive damage increases. And these will often be to broader categories like bonus fire damage or bonus critical strike damage. And whereas the weapon temperers are often talking to more specific skills. And so here we can see an example with the Shadow Augment's Execution, where we had the Sever projectiles chance to cast twice, but now we've got new ones that are chance for Reap to hit twice. So you cast Reap, and every target you hit, there's just a chance to get 2 hits on that target instead of 1. And Corpse Explosion, whenever you cast Corpse Explosion, there is a chance for the entire skill to deal double damage to every target that it hits. Additionally, we've moved those size and duration affixes, which we think are really cool and really interesting ways of modifying your skills. We've moved those over to the utility category. So they're not directly competing with these multiplicative damage increases. You're not going to feel bad that, oh, I'm missing out on damage just to make my area hit a little bit larger or to have a longer duration on a buff. So there's not as much opportunity cost to investing in those size and duration affixes, which are still really cool ways to customize your character. We just don't want them to compete with damage. And finally, we know that oftentimes tempering leads itself to, hey, I see this list of 5 or even 6 affixes sometimes. We really are going to try to be limiting tempering recipes to at most 4 affixes that could possibly roll on them, just to give you a little bit better odds of actually hitting the one that you care about than the one that you want, and just be a little bit easier to kind of comprehend. And even so, we're trying to set this limit at 4, but oftentimes we're aiming for just 3 on the recipe, depending on how the grouping them together in ways that make sense.
Was better,
so this is an active area that we're working on, really trying to make sure that it's not quite, it's easier for you to get the right affix out of the tempering recipe by limiting that the number that are on there. All right, next up we've got changes to ultimate skills. So ultimate skills can now gain skill ranks. This is probably pretty self-explanatory, but just like every other skill in the game, ultimate skills can now be ranked up to rank 5 in the skill tree. And just like every other skill, increasing the skill rank will increase the damage output of your ultimate skills, but it's also going to give you cooldown reduction on these ultimate skills as well. So oftentimes other skills you just kind of get one or the other, right? Sometimes it's a cooldown reduction, sometimes it's a damage or healing increase. On ultimate skills, you're going to get kind of the best of both worlds. It's going to be increasing the damage output and reducing the cooldown. And finally, effects that do grant bonus skill ranks on this, such as, you know, Harlequin's Crest, the Shaco, that gives plus to all skill ranks. These are only going to apply to ultimate skills that you've already learned in the skill tree. And this is to make sure that you still can only equip one ultimate skill. You can't like get plus ranks to all skills and then suddenly have access to 4 ultimate skills. We still don't want that. We still want you to just pick one. But you're just going to be getting, you're going to be able to really
imagine
juice that ultimate
Bone
skill up. If you
Storm
really
with
want to make,
Bloodwave.
Lacerate be really strong, that's going to be a powerful effect that you can invest more skill points into. All right, so those are some of the general updates. Let's now talk about the new content coming for each individual class, starting here with our Barbarian. All right, so sometimes you're playing as a Barbarian and you experience a problem, right? You are standing here and there is an enemy over there. What to do? Well, a good barbarian is going to throw their weapon at the enemy over there to kill them at a distance. Right, so now we've got a new skill called Mighty Throw. It's going to hurl your weapon at an enemy. It's going to deal damage on impact. And then it's going to stick in the ground and do some pulses of damage over time. So even if the initial impact doesn't kill them, there's going to be some extra pulses there. Additionally, we've got some upgrades for it.
Throw Barbarian is now going to be a
Enhanced
thing.
Mighty Throw is going to increase your attack speed while the weapon is out. And then you can either opt in a Fighter's Mighty Throw, which is going to give bonuses to that pulsing damage. It causes your weapon swaps to pulse for more and give you a bit of barrier. Or you can opt into Warrior's Mighty Throw, which is going to dramatically increase the initial impact damage, and it's going to stun enemies on impact.
Okay.
Let's take a video clip of this
Throw
in
Barbarian.
action.
Okay, it's kind of
Right,
slow.
so we got
but
just
hopefully
simple
it can
example
be
here with a few enemies. You know, it throws out
better.
this ephemeral version of the weapon, lands, deals a big chunk of damage, and then pulses over time before returning back to you.
Okay.
I was a huge fan of double.
Not gonna be like Diablo 2, yeah. Not gonna be like it. Definitely.
Yeah, it looks sweet too.
Maybe with more
kind of
attack
like bluish
speed.
yellow,
We'll see.
like ancient-y kind of color scheme to it. The VFX looks awesome on it.
So ranged barb is definitely happening in patch 2.0.
For sure. If you want to spec really heavily into this, yeah, you're going to be throwing weapons out like crazy. All right, so we've also got some new key passives and new legendary Paragon nodes for every class here. So for Barbarian, we've got Barbed Carapace. This is a key passive, so it's going to increase your thorns based on how much Fury you're spending. And whenever you cast a skill with a cooldown, it's going to grant you Unhindered for a duration, which allows you to move through enemies. And then enemies that are close to you are going to take or going to take damage from your thorns every second. You're going to kind of pulse damage of your thorns every second. Now this is really cool. It really enables Thorns Barb, which we had a little bit of support for, but one of the big problems with Thorns is that you really wanted enemies to hit you and hit you quickly, and this gives you another alternative to deal bonus damage or to really pay off for building up all that Thorns with this new key passive.
Yeah, looks good.
Additionally, we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Force of Nature. Your Earthquakes have a chance to spawn Dust Devils, and your Earthquake damage is going to be increased by your damage against close enemies. So this really plays into these Earthquakes and Dust Devil effects, which we kind of call sub-powers internally. These effects that are not skills that you cast directly, but some of your legendary effects will spawn these Earthquakes and Dust Devils. This is just a new way to really power those up and blend them together in the same build. Additionally, we're adding some new passives to the skill tree. And this has really helped to give you a way, along with ultimate skill ranks, to spend a lot of those new points that you're getting by leveling up from 50 to 60. Those new skill points you're getting, we're giving you some new ways to invest those. All right, we also got some new items, of course. We've got the Ugly Bastard Helm, a new unique helm for Barbarians. And it makes you so ugly that whenever you are berserking, all of your damage is converted into fire damage. And so that's really interesting. Barb always had this little bit of like light fire theme. You had a few different effects that dealt fire damage. And now if you really want to play a fire Barb, this is the unique helm for you. Also playing into that, we've got Aspect of Flaming Rampage, which causes your charge to deal some fire damage, and Aspect of Shuddering Steel, which will cause your Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom to do some bonus physical damage. All right, moving on to the Druid. The Druid gets a new skill, a new core skill, in fact, called Stone Burst. And this is a core skill that's channeled. It kind of has a very unique kind of input mechanism compared to pretty much any other skill in Diablo 4. And as you're channeling it, you target an area, and as you channel it, the affected area grows in size over about 1 second of channeling. And at any point, you can release the channel, and it's going to deal a big burst of damage to whatever size you kind of landed.
Too bad it's channeling, though.
You could tap it really quickly and just do 1 pulse of damage to a small area,
Druid
or you can
is too
channel
much
up for
about
a little bit longer and hit a much wider area, depending on the exact combat scenario you find yourself in, or how the enemies are distributed on the battlefield here. Of course, we've got our upgrades that increase damage to the enemies hit in the initial radius, so really doubling down on that single target capability of a core skill. And Primal Stone Burst gives you some attack speed, and Raging Stone Burst will dramatically increase the spirit cost, but also give it a ton more damage. So if you have a ton of spirit generation, then that might be the upgrade you look for in Stone
They
Burst.
already have such
Let's
a
see a video
passive,
of this
so...
in action. All right, so you see it ticks up. There's like 3 different levels, like small, medium, and large. In this one, the Druid kind of held it for a while, but you could release it at any time. And so here you see just kind of rapid firing.
That's not bad at all.
Small shots, just because
Druid now finally viable? I don't know.
And also while you're channeling it, does some pulses of damage to enemies in that area as well.
The channel explosion is so satisfying to blow up just so many monsters.
Yeah, it gets huge.
Really amazing.
It looks so sweet too. I really hats off to the,
looks good
the
for
VFX
real.
artists who worked on making these look so beautiful. The new skills here. All right, so of course, Druid also has new passives, a new key passive called One with Nature that really empowers companion builds. We've heard a lot that players love playing with companions. They're wolves, they're poison creepers, they're ravens, and this is going to be the key passive for you. So all of your companion skills gain an additional companion, and they deal increased damage. And there's also a little bonus, basically, with you gain the passive effect of all of the companion skills. Now, if you're taking this key passive, you're probably taking these companions anyway, but just in case, your build is such that, well, I just want to take, 2 out of the 3, right? I can put wolves and poison creeper on my bar, but, maybe you don't have enough skill slots to put in ravens. You're still going to be able to get the passive effect of that when you take this key passive, because we just want you to have tons of these companions.
So maybe
really
companion Druid could be a thing now.
We've also got Untamed,
won't be
a
dying
new
so much.
legendary Paragon node that plays right into this One with Nature key passive.
Yeah, famous. That's what they usually do every season. They put a lot of work.
Companion active skill will grant you bonus ranks to all of your companion skills for a time to really buff up the damage of those. Just like before, we've got some new passives coming into the skill tree as well. I think some of these might have some temporary icons on them. So like I said, these were from an early build. Some of the icons or very specific art might be adjusted. So, bear with us. This is the nature of PTR and early development. All right, moving on to some of the items. Oh no, we've got a video. Oh right, a video of really leading a wolf pack here, right? So this includes wolves with the Storm's Companion to turn them into lightning werewolves. And I'm sure there's some other ones here, like aspect of the Stampede is probably involved. You just have, what is that, 7 wolves following you around? You really get to lead the wolf pack with this. This
is the best video in our presentation. Well, actually, no, sorry. This is the second best video in our presentation. You guys will see the best video in our presentation, but yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, for all you werewolf lovers out there, this one is going to be really sweet. I'm really looking forward to playing with this in patch 2.0. All right, so new items. So they've got the Stone of Vehemen. This is a unique totem that's going to empower your Stone Burst, the new core skill. So channeling it is going to grant you some damage reduction, and the final explosion will deal increased damage based on how long you were channeling it. So this just really encourages you to build it up to that max size and let off a huge explosion. And gives you some damage reduction, so you're kind of standing still for a bit. That's okay. You get a bit of bonus damage reduction.
Nice.
We've got a little bit more legendaries on Druid than the other classes, just because Stone Burst being a core skill, we know that the kind of bar to make a core skill really viable and useful, it does need a good amount of legendary items to support it, to really make a full build out of it. So that's why we've added 2 legendaries here for Stone Burst. We've got the aspect of Anticline Burst, which causes Stone Burst to deal increased damage, and if you cast it at or above 100 spirit here, it's going to immediately be at that maximum size. So you don't necessarily need to channel it as long as you are casting it when you have a lot of spirit. This synergizes really well with the Earth and Might key passive, which gives you full spirit when it triggers. So you can trigger Earth and Might and then immediately get a huge stone burst. We've got Aspect of Shattered Defenses, which alters Stone Burst in a rather interesting way. It causes Stone Burst causes enemies to take increased damage from your other skills for a time and reduces Stone Burst spirit cost. This kind of converts Stone Burst away from necessarily being your primary damage source to being a bit more of a setup skill, right? You can kind of debuff enemies, and then you can find some interesting builds where you have other ways of spending your spirit, maybe another core skill or boulder or some other primary damage source, and then you can use Stone Burst to kind of set up that build. Really interesting to see how players, what kind of builds you make with Shattered Defenses. Yep. Additionally, we've got Aspect of the Rabid Bear, which empowers your Grizzly Rage to apply rabies and increases your poison output. Stormcrow, which is just lightning ravens. Your ravens are now lightning. It looks awesome. And Aspect of the Agile Wolf, which gives Shred a 4th attack. Shred normally is like a 3-part combo, and now it's a 4-part combo that deals even more damage on that 4th hit, and it's going to knock down enemies as well.
The problem is those are aspects.
So that is Druid. Really looking forward to playing some Druid.
Let's see, Necromancer.
Let's move on to the Necromancer, because we've got a lot to get through. We've got Soul Rift. This is a new Darkness ultimate skill. So,
oh boy.
Necromancers kind of had 3 ultimates already. They had one that was blood, one that was bone, and one that was related to summoning. And now we've kind of completed it, and we've added a darkness or shadow damage ultimate. Soul Rift creates an area around your character, kind of follows with you, that just constantly deals damage over time. And it's going to be sucking out the souls of enemies who you're hitting. And every time it sucks out a soul from an enemy, you're going to gain some essence, and you're going to gain a barrier. So you can stack up this barrier.
Okay,
survivable.
That's good.
And it deals, really good damage over time. Supreme Soul Rift gives you bonus damage for every soul that you absorb, and Prime Soul Rift causes the soul absorption to also apply vulnerable. Let's take a video of this in action here.
Yeah.
Right, so enemies all coming up.
Super useful, Charles, right? Now that you have another way to give yourself defenses.
Yeah, that's gonna be played with Sever, right? Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important part here.
Close combat.
When we get to the
that's
next
too close combat.
I'll highlight. We're adding a bit more barrier into the Necromancer.
Why am I not impressed with this though? For some reason, I don't know.
Always had a really easy time surviving. They had a lot of fortify and a lot of
crappy.
And really, the other ones like the Bone and Shadow Necro didn't have quite as much survivability, and so now we're introducing more barrier in more places to ensure that kind of non-blood Necromancer builds, the Shadow and the Bone and Summon Necros, have a bit more survivability and are able to scale in that late game pretty well.
But it needs more, definitely.
All right, so as I mentioned, the new passive. So they have a new key passive called Affliction. That there's this new concept of Affliction where applying vulnerable, crowd control, or shadow damage over time effects to enemies will apply them with Affliction, which is going to make them take increased damage from you and your minions. Additionally, when you apply a curse skill to someone or to an enemy who has this Affliction, you're going to do a big chunk of shadow damage. So this kind of turns your curse skills, your Decrepify and Iron Maiden,
shadow builds are usually the worst.
Curse an area, and they take a big chunk of damage as well. And this will scale up with the bonus damage that you've dealt, or the bonus affixes that you have for that crowd control.
Necrotic Fortitude.
And along that same theme, the new legendary Paragon node Frailty is going to cause cursed enemies to take more damage from you, and so it plays very nicely with the Affliction key passive.
Yeah, but that's like Amplify.
Once again, more skill tree passives to spend those extra points on. And I want to highlight Necrotic Fortitude here in the upper right.
That's like Amplify. That's not new.
That gives you a chance.
Lacks originality. I like the Necrotic Fortitude.
Anybody who wants just a bit more bump of survivability and to play into the more barrier focused on Necromancer.
Yeah, going back to Affliction really quick, I love the idea of using my curses offensively, like as a damage skill. I think that's going to be such a blast.
That was already in the game with amplified damage classes.
Yeah, definitely gonna be blasting with them. I think it's really thematic too. I love playing with it.
It pairs really well with the utility changes. Now that we have way more size increases in utility, it gives you so many more utility options. Those curses get pretty huge, and it feels great.
Yeah, for all of us who just want to win by debuff spamming, I love that one.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about some of the new items coming for Necromancer here. So we've got a new unique item, the Unmaker, a unique helm. This is going to empower the Soul Rift, the new ultimate skill. Of course, you gain some skill ranks to Soul Rift, because now ultimate skills have skill ranks. And every 30 essence that you spend while Soul Rift is active will increase its duration up to 8 seconds. So as long as you're active and kind of spending the essence with the Unmaker, you're going to have a very long duration of Soul Rift. And then for every essence that you gain while it's active, which
finally some damage reduction
does trigger essence gain, you're going to do a pulse of damage around you, some bonus damage. And so it really encourages you to just keep Soul Rift up all the time, be constantly gaining and spending the essence, and it's going to be really, really fun to make that build work. Additionally, we've got Reaping Lotus aspect. This empowers your Sever, your core skill.
Yeah, I told you it's gonna be played with Sever.
Previously, Sever was kind of an out and back situation. Now it just goes out, and then it splits into 3 specters at the end, deals some extra bonus damage, and then that's the
good thing is it deals more damage.
Really
the previous one, when it returns, deals less damage.
Cool.
Which makes
got
it
aspect of
kind of
Fell
dumb.
Gluttony that empowers your Golem. Whenever you cast your Golem's active, deals a big pulse of damage around it. And your Golem will then consume corpses to reduce its cooldown. So anybody who really wants to build around making your Golem as strong as possible, this is going to be the aspect for you. And finally, we've got Phasing Poltergeists aspect, which causes your Bone Spirit to split into 3 spirits that deal a percentage of the damage as well. I think we got a video clip of this one because it looks really sweet.
Yeah,
so you cast Bone Spirit at 1 target, and then it spawns 3 little mini Bone Spirits to seek out.
Okay, Bone Spirit now is gonna be a thing.
Increased area of effect, and if there's just 1 target, of course, it'll reconverge back on that same target as well. But also just adds a bit more AOE capability for your Bone Spirit.
Can they show the other thing too? Let's see.
Very cool. All right, so Rogue. Rogue gets Dance of Knives. This is a new channeled skill for Rogue.
Okay.
It's an agility cutthroat skill.
Looks interesting.
And it also has a pretty interesting mechanic where it has some charges that will recharge, and how long you can channel it is based on how many charges you have. It's going to take 1 charge per second of channeling, but there's no energy cost or just like a normal cooldown. Here you can just channel it as long as you have charges. And while you're channeling, you're going to be spinning around. You're going to be throwing knives at enemies nearby, and you're going to gain some movement speed.
You can run while channeling,
really kind of like a
but the druid can't.
Kind of build on Rogue here.
How fair is that?
You got Enhanced Dance of Knives, which gives you some charge refund as you're moving with it. Because that's what we really want to encourage is this constant motion, this forward momentum.
The druid and Necro can't move while channeling, same for the sword, but Rogue can, no problem.
Or Disciplined Dance of Knives will slow enemies and has a chance to pierce through the enemies that you're throwing the daggers at. Let's take a look at this in action. So here we got the Rogue just going spinning, throwing some daggers around.
Oh boy, that's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
This is awesome
and that
indeed.
animation is just amazing.
Is Rogue gonna be good now?
And you can see there at the end they had the upgrade that drops a bunch of stun grenades at the end. Obviously, enemies were all dead, but if you use this to get into a big cluster of enemies, then you stop the channel, you drop some stun grenades, reset some of your charges, and
I mean, how could the other classes get such good things?
Yeah, those are perfect
while we are getting so much crap and no diversity, no options, nothing. Now we're gonna have to force to play with this new ultimate because of the barrier, so we don't have to use an aspect for it. Oh boy.
And this is empowering your non-physical damage. So rogues can do poison, shadow, and cold through their various imbuements. And when you deal 3 different types of that non-physical damage, the potency of your imbuement skills is going to be dramatically increased for a time. And the more bonus damage that you build on your gear for bonus poison, shadow, or cold damage, the further that potency gets increased. Really encouraging you to mix and match the different elements. It's really thematic with the alchemical kind of theme, and really supporting a build of Rogue that we've kind of had in the game, but really wanted to give that robust support of a key passive for. And also we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Dance Macabre, which encourages this kind of 1-2 combo of casting a mobility or subterfuge skill, increases the damage of your next skill, whatever it might be, by quite a substantial amount. So you can cast your dash and then position yourself, cast a big
That's
rain of
how
arrows,
the
and
rogue
hits
usually
very
plays.
hard.
So
Very
that's
cool and actually
really
impacts
good.
your moment-to-moment rotation as well.
Yeah.
And of course, we've got the new skill tree passives as well. All right, new items. We've got the Pit Fighter's Gall. This is the Ancestral Unique Ring. Or sorry, just it's a unique ring. It's not necessarily, you can find it before Ancestral Tier. And this Pit Fighter's Gall will empower your Smoke Grenade. So your Smoke Grenade skill will increase your critical strike damage and then leave a cloud of shadows behind. And while you're within that cloud of shadows, you're going to be constantly regaining stealth. And so there's a lot of interesting ways you can play off of triggering going into or out of stealth. And Pit Fighter's Gall is just going to really enable that when you cast Smoke Grenade. We've got Aspect of Star Shards. This is a new legendary to directly support Dance of Knives. And the daggers from Dance of Knives have a chance to shatter, creating more shards of metal that deal bonus damage. And you can now use combo points on Dance of Knives to further increase the channel duration if you've opted for combo points specialization. Aspect of Poisonous Clouds plays well with Pit Fighter's Gall. When you gain stealth, you create a cloud of poison damage. And Aspect of Splintering Shards, there's just a chance whenever you're hitting a frozen enemy to create some ice spikes. So if you're freezing enemies because you're playing Alchemical Admixture and using Cold Imbue, Splintering Shards might be a good aspect for you as well. All right, moving on to the Sorceress. The Sorceress gets a new conjuration skill called the Familiar. This is a conjuration skill that is all 3 elements. It is a shock skill, a pyromancy skill, and a frost skill.
Oh boy.
So there's 3 charges of it, so you can cast it back to back, and you summon a familiar of the element of your last skill cast. So if you just cast a pyromancy skill, you're going to summon a fire familiar. If you just cast a lightning skill, you'll summon a lightning familiar, and same with a cold, you'll summon a cold familiar. Okay. And with the enhanced effect, these familiars will do bonus effect. So the fire familiar will constantly apply some burning to enemies that it's around, the cold familiar will chill, and lightning familiar will stun. And of course, their damage type is going to be based on what type they are, so that it'll benefit from all of your bonus fire damage.
And that aura, Charles, is really
great,
interesting. Right, to tap into some of the
Sork is gonna be crazy. It's crazy as it is now. This is gonna make it even more powerful.
That say, hey,
it's like the top class,
against
and with conjuration, the top build.
Now, if you
nothing can match it.
Gonna really easily be
so they make it even more powerful now, while the other classes are just
because of the way the
getting something new there.
Let's take a look at this in action.
Okay, let's see.
All right, so initially we cast a Frost Familiar here, right? It's jumping around and it's landing, it's dealing frost damage. Then we cast a Fire skill. Now we get a Fire Familiar jumping around and kind of dive bombing on enemies. And then finally we get a Shock Familiar, a Lightning Familiar here that's going to deal lightning damage. So you can kind of mix and match these depending on what skills you use, what combination you cast them in. And it's really flexible. It fits into a lot of different builds, even if you're just
exactly, and you can just cast it and run around, wait for things to die, dodging mechanics. That's too OP.
But it really reaches its maximum potential as you're kind
in
of
a
mix and
way
matching
they make it too
suit
OP.
the situation and apply the debuffs that you want onto the enemies.
You can have quite a few of these out. For the Sega demonstration, I think we only have a couple of them out on screen, but I think you can have up to 6, right?
Yeah, you can have up to 6, and that would make a lot more sense once we get to talk about some of the unique items that are coming with this patch. But first, let's talk about the new passives, and we've got Enlightenment. This really also plays into the concept of mixing and matching the elements. You see it's got all 3 kind of colors on there. Casting a skill grants a stack of Enlightenment or 3 stacks if your skill was a different element to the one before. So you're alternating here. And whenever you gain max stacks, you're going to become enlightened, and you get a ton of bonuses for being in this enlightened state. But then it drops off over time. It's really a reward for mixing and matching those elements, more so than any other key passive we've had on Sork.
Looks like Sork will be
and
OP
again.
The
legendary Paragon Node
even
fundamental release.
Stronger.
Each fire, lightning, and cold attack you make against an enemy increases the damage they take from all sources by 10%. So you really need to hit them with all 3 types to gain the maximum bonus here. All right, on to the unique items. So Side bindings.
It's a
This
glove.
is a unique gloves, and this plays right into the familiar. So whenever you cast familiar with this unique on, you're going to summon all 3 elemental variants at once.
Oh boy,
However,
that's
it does
just
come
gonna
with
be
a
OP.
bit of restrictions on it. So familiar's duration is going to be dramatically increased, and its cooldown reduced, but you're going to have 1 less charge of it. So you won't be able to spam this quite as much, but you press the button once or twice, and then you get the max for familiars out. They're all over the screen, and they're going to last for quite a long time with this unique glove. So it's going to be really, really powerful too. If you're all about this conjuration build, all about amping up the power of the familiar, it's an awesome unique for that. Additionally, we've got new legendaries for the aspect of overheating. After channeling Incinerate for a time, you're going to deal bonus damage to the target. And
even more
Incinerate
damage.
will, refresh and maintain the bonus. So really just powering up
It's
your
powerful
Incinerate.
as it is, but
Charged Flash,
even more damage.
charged bolts. And after you hit a certain number of enemies with charged bolts, your next 3 casts of charged bolts will no longer send
Look
out
at the
bolts.
damage
They're gonna send out
difference.
big waves of lightning that deal even more damage, and it's always going to be a crit.
Oh boy.
And then aspect of elemental constellation, once again, more about the mixing and matching of all 3 elements. Casting one of the elemental skills will summon a matching type elemental dagger that'll pierce through enemies, and the damage of that dagger is going to be increased if you get all 3 of the different element types in that time frame.
Okay. So
right,
it will work
think,
with the other things.
right, we've got
mythic uniques.
new mythic uniques. Of course, how can I forget? New
Alright.
mythic unique items. These are the strongest items in the game.
Yeah.
We've got Shroud
Oh boy,
of
look
False
at this.
Death. And I think the really cool part about
Resource
this is
generation,
it's
damage
just
on
inherent
next
affects.
attack.
It's going to grant +1 skill rank to all passives.
After entering
And
spell.
this is really awesome. As we're adding new passives into the skill tree, this is just a ton of power for this new unique chest. And its effect is, if you haven't attacked in the last 2 seconds, you're going to gain stealth and bonus movement speed. Now, stealth historically has just been a mechanic that has been on rogues and a little bit on druids with the werewolf builds. But now every class, if you get this mythic unique, is going to have some access to stealth. You can drop out of combat for a little bit, and then you get into stealth, and you get tons of movement speed to maybe move on to the next pack or move somewhere else in the dungeon.
And it's a really simple line, all passives, but it's literally all passives, which is insane. Like it's incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. And we've also got the Heir of Perdition.
The affixes are kind of funny though. 111.
This one has an interesting effect. So it says give into hatred and earn Lilith's favor, increasing your damage dealt by 60%. So just baseline, this is a huge damage bonus.
Yeah.
And the second line here says slaughtering enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from, or slaughter enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from nearby allies. So this means if you're playing in a group with somebody else who happens to have the Heir of Perdition equipped, you are able to steal Lilith's favor from them. Lilith will only favor one of you, and you actually gain double the bonus of this, right? If you steal someone else's favor, you get 120% bonus damage, and they would get 0. But if you're just playing this solo, no one else has Heir of Perdition around, it's just a flat 60% bonus damage, which is still a ton.
Which is again Blizzard, again forcing us to do group play, again.
All right, I believe that is actually everything. Wow, that is so much new class content, new skills, new legendaries, new everything.
It's
and
not
I didn't
much.
even talk about some of our other, more regular
7 new
class balance
items?
changes, updates to existing
That's a lot for
skills
them,
and
bro.
legendaries. So make sure you definitely check out the patch notes. There is still more changes to come, but we're already really deep into this Campfire chat, and we didn't want to extend it too much longer. So make sure you check out the patch notes for all the details on those other changes coming as well.
Yeah,
definitely.
Thank you so much, Charles. I know we have gone through a lot of information. We're in hour 1.5 of this Campfire chat. As I said, and I mentioned on social, like this is going to be a very beefy Campfire chat. We still have 2 more things that we do want to really cover off. And as Charles had mentioned, there are a lot of other class changes that actually fit within the presentation, like a lot of balance-specific items. So that will be on patch notes, and patch notes will be available on our blog for PTR immediately after the stream. So please check that out.
Will do.
We are going to jump into some quality of life items, and so Colin, do you want to take us through some quick quality of life items that'll be coming with 2.0?
Yeah, I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, I'll go quick so we can get to the super exciting, cool thing. Yeah, so the first one here is you can now select your preferred town portal location.
Finally,
so how that's going to work is you're going to
this.
open up the map and hover over any of the waypoints, and when you right-click on it, it's going to set that as essentially your preferred location, and whenever you town portal, it's going to take you there. So this is really helpful for when you're doing whispers, for example. You just set the Tree of Whispers as your preferred location.
Yep,
do some whispers.
That's gonna be the one.
You go right there. You don't have to open up the map, then click on the waypoint, then click on accept. Like, it's all very seamless, and it's just removing a lot of the inputs that you have to do.
How do we do this on console, please? Just let us know, right?
The next thing here is we're adding a dungeon key inventory tab for things like nightmare sigils. So that just gives you more space for more activities.
Finally.
The next one here is we've done a pretty substantial rework of monster CC, and this is in the spirit of we want to have really clear sort of delineations between normal monsters and elite monsters, and we didn't like how often you were getting slowed down and how mandatory unstoppable could feel. You know, it always felt bad to be fighting this huge horde of enemies, and you see this elite, and you're paying attention to the elite, and then like this goat man Mauler comes up and like sneak attacks you and knocks you down for 3 seconds, and that's the thing that kills you. That always felt like bullshit, right? So what we've done is we've sort of overhauled a lot of the normal monster CCs. He actually said it. And snappy, like you still feel them, you kind of want to avoid them still, but they're much less sort of the reason why you die entirely. So the vampire impale, when like the two-hander like comes and stabs you.
Actually,
for 3
this
seconds,
one,
that's turned into
spider hole.
So you can't move, but you can just smack him in the face.
That's gonna be dangerous.
And then the werewolf leap is another great example where previously they'd come out of stealth and like leap attack on you, and you get dazed and you'd walk around confused. And now they just does a quick knockback.
Okay.
This next change here is small, but I think it's a blaster's delight, which is all the monsters that had really long death animations all die instantly. You don't have to wait for the loot to hit the ground. It's very satisfying. You know, the big ass like spider hosts that crawl towards you. When you kill them, they pop instantly, and all the spiders go and hit the walls.
So yeah, not very hardcore friendly.
The zombies feel really good too.
If you don't have a barrier, this can instantly
it's a
destroy
very
you.
satisfying experience. So this should speed up combat quite a bit, and it just
and death
really
too.
Good.
Okay,
the next thing here is their socketable inventory tab, another tab for you to put socketables like gems and other socketables. And then there's also an additional stash tab that we're going to add.
Just one?
The next thing, if you could hold a clip,
70.
we took out just about all the
What?
will go up and then like click on the plunger and don't get hit by the spikes. That's all been replaced entirely. With just monster packs of varying sizes, and it's just way more seamless. In this case, we only rolled some normal monsters, but sometimes it's a couple of elite packs. You never really know what you're going to get. It's like an Easter or a Kinder Egg, I should say. And it just helps the dungeon flow substantially, like to just sort of blast through those things. And then a handful of dungeons have had their procedural logic updated, just so there's more variation in the layouts. So when you play it, it's just going to roll out differently. This is really just iterating on our dungeon set to make them feel much more sort of flow-inducing, not slowing you down. And then the next one here is minor, but it actually feels pretty good, and it has a big impact on the game. When you get those Paragon and level up notifications, we're actually going to tell you how many. So sometimes you'll realize, oh my god, I have like 15 skill points I can spend. And it actually tells you the number. And it's a nice quality of life change. So I think that's everything.
Awesome. Thank you, Colin, for running through quickly. I appreciate the efficiency of,
that's our guy here.
Going through all the quality of life changes. Now I know Jeevan has been very quiet over here. He's only chimed in a little bit. And we do want to talk about a new thing that is coming to Vessel of Hatred specifically, and for Vessel of Hatred players. So, Jeevan, will you talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, okay, so it's my privilege to kind of talk about a feature that the whole team's been working very hard on that we haven't really mentioned much. And, you know, we looked at the expansion. We had all these cool things, you know, Torment, new class skills, Spiritborn, but we thought there was a hole. And we wanted to particularly give build crafters a new way to play for Vessel of Hatred. This is for folks who, like me, whose dream cooking show has nothing to do with British baking, but instead would be called Colin's Kitchen. Twitch chat, if you would binge Colin's Kitchen, let us know.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, let's.
Oh,
and I think
yeah.
some of you already
I
kind of
can't
have an
believe we
idea.
Can't believe we've done this.
So yeah, let's get into. As some of you already know, we're going to be talking about rune words.
Okay, finally.
So let's start with a little background. So rune words were in Diablo 2, and they were a very powerful way of augmenting gear with socketable content. And there's a lot of good sort of nostalgic feelings. They were popular. They were remembered fondly. You can look on the right. That's one of the most iconic examples from Diablo 2. The name is Enigma, and you would make it with runes Ja If Bur, and it would get you some really cool skills that would come out of it when you put it all together. And for Diablo 4, we wanted to retain the soul of what Diablo 2 rune words did, which is combining socketable components and creating more powerful items. But we also wanted to do something that felt appropriately fresh and new. And we wanted to lean into what's unique about the modern game to make the Diablo 4 version of rune words and make it stand on its own and really feel like the right version to
That's what I was
players.
talking about before. Right?
Yeah,
so
what was so
you
awesome
got
about Diablo 2 rune words, right,
Uh-huh.
was you got this set of runes that made a god item, right? And it broke the rules, like being able to teleport on other classes. Like, what the hell? Barbarian is teleporting across the screen? We really wanted to embrace that in a way that extended builds and didn't necessarily enforce you must play with this item. And we're really excited to share what that's sort of manifested, right?
Yeah, and you all have a lot of builds that you started with from the base game, and we want to add on to those. So, what are rune words?
Okay,
they're a way for you to make your own
coming.
spells. So there are two types of runes. There's runes of ritual, and they specify actions from the player that they have to trigger. So you can see the example here of the Yule rune, which is a legendary quality rune of ritual. You have to cast a skill which has a cooldown. So, Frost Nova or something like that.
Okay.
Then you have runes of invocation. And these grant powerful effects
This
as
is
a
actually
result
not
of satisfying
new.
those runes of
They
ritual.
were
So
talking
the
about
example
something
here,
like
the
this,
Gar
and they were
rune
removed from
gives
the
you
game.
2.5% critical strike chance for 5 seconds, and you can stack up to 10 times, up to 25%. And you can mix and match these. There'll be a lot of different runes of ritual and runes of invocation, and you can put them together as you see fit.
Yeah.
So when you combine a rune of ritual and rune of invocation, you
Still
pair them
not
together,
impressed.
you put them in an item with 2
But
sockets,
it's a good
boom, you
addition.
form a rune word. And as you can tell, there's going to be rarity. We're going to have magic, rare, and legendary, and the higher rarity runes will have more potent conditions or effects.
Yep.
So one of the important elements of this is called offering, which is the rune resource system. So your runes of ritual will generate offering, and they're meant to feed into their linked runes of invocation so that they can consume that offering. And the sort of more demanding rituals that we would ask of you as a player gain you more offering. At the same time, the more powerful invocations that you would try to get require more offering. And so there's sort of like shared economy there. So if you can look at these runes on the right, you get 50 offering for casting a skill with a cooldown, and this rune only requires 25 offering for it to trigger. That's where overflow comes in. Overflow is when an invocation receives an offering in excess of what's needed to trigger it. But put more simply, we want you to have a mix and match system, but we want the pieces to be not super hard that they can't fit together easily when they have some rough edges. So many invocations can get different
That's a lot of things which are changing.
Some of them might get increased radius to the effect. Some of them might get increased duration. But it'll always be proportional to the overflow amount. So as an example here, the Gar rune only requires 25 offering, and it's getting double that, which is 50 from the Yule rune. So every time you cast a skill with a cooldown, you'll get 2 stacks of 2.5% critical strike chance, or 5% crit strike. And so that's kind of how you get to play with this system, and you get to optimize it in different ways.
And it creates a lot of flexibility, right? Even like if you do a really demanding ritual trigger, for example, on a really low offering rune of invocation, it's almost a way to start scaling that rune of invocation in a completely different way beyond just triggering the rune.
Exactly. Yeah, it lets us as developers be more flexible in creating wide ranges of effects. You know, sort of small ones, big ones, and also the same for the rituals. And you get to kind of decide which ones you think fit your build or are cool. And we do our best to make sure that you can almost cook up anything. So a few rules. Runes can be socketed into items with 2 sockets. We've added another item to get 2 sockets for Vessel of Hatred. So you'll have your helm, your 2-hander, your gloves, your helm, 2-hander, pants, and chest. They can only be paired with a rune of the opposite type, so you have to pair a rune of ritual with a rune of invocation. You can have a maximum of 2 rune words equipped. You can't equip the same rune twice, and they're available for users who own Vessel of Hatred. They stack in your inventory in the new socketable inventory tab, which will also have your gems. And runes are tradable between other players who own Vessel of Hatred. And they unlock with a quest in the campaign, both runes dropping as loot, but also rune crafting, which we'll get into later. And they drop at a higher rate in the Undercity, which is a specific place you can farm them. So now let's get into some clips here. We get to actually see it in action. So this is a barbarian, and the rune of ritual they have is travel 5 meters. Very simple. And they're going to join that.
Do you see the problem?
Earthquake, which is a legendary aspect that you've already seen.
Do you see the problem here?
So you see, we'll put them together in this item.
Okay.
And then all they have to do.
And what are we sacrificing here is 18 maximum life just to get more damage. So yeah, again, softcore thing, guys.
Is just run around. Boom, earthquakes dropping.
Insane with the Paragon legendary glyph we just talked about.
Yeah, at the cost of 18
The earthquake
maximum
train
life.
is leaving the station.
What I love about this is it doesn't just count your normal walking, right? If you're leaping, if you're charging, that's all counting towards the distance that you're moving.
Okay, see the thing? No. Let's see it
all
again.
they have to do is just run around. Boom, earthquakes dropping.
Insane with the Paragon legendary glyph we just talked about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The earthquake train is leaving the station.
What I love about this is it doesn't just count your normal walking, right? If you're leaping, if you're charging, that's all counting towards the distance that you're moving, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Whoa!
And you can see it here in the whirlwind, for instance. It's obviously spawning earthquakes. So.
Was that a druid petrify ultimate? This must be the wrong clip. All right, sorry guys. We're doing it live. Let's just move on to the next one. Okay, so we have a Necromancer here with the Rune of Ritual, cast a non-channeled core skill, getting 25 each. And then this is a classic from D2, gain +3 to all skills. So you'll get to see.
Okay.
This Necro's got 5 skill ranks
again,
for Reap.
actually. What?
Get to see +3 to all skills.
What are the runes? It's
and
Vex.
then this is a classic from D2, gain +3 to all skills.
Town Vex. Essential Heart of Oak. Cast a non-channeled core skill 16 times. Gain 3 to all skills for 5 seconds. Oh boy, that's just so dumb.
So you'll get to see this Necro's got 5 skill ranks for Reap and Sever. Then they're going to go out and
casual socketable Harlequin crest, pretty good.
So a little pew pew, just doing your basic core skill usage, filling up the offering needed.
Yeah, I really like the little tracking buff that fills up as you're getting it. So you don't need to really micromanage this. You can just at a glance see that, hey, I just filled it up, and now I get +3 ranks of Sever.
Yep. So now you're at
Yeah,
+3.
but nobody cares. You're losing
yeah,
18%. 18% maximum life.
Is this another
lose
broken
for
clip?
this.
Did he just cast teleport? What?
Yeah, did you just cast teleport? Yeah.
Broken clip is cooked, so now you're at +3. There you go.
Let's see.
What was that?
So yeah, this Necro's just cooking, and Oh, what? Is this another broken clip? Did they just cast teleport? What? Okay.
Yeah, I told you the other day.
Teleporting necros.
Yeah, teleporting
what
necros.
What are you cooking over there, Jeevan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll stop making jokes, mostly. Yeah, so what we really wanted to lean into with D2 Runewords, among other things, was the ability to cast other classes' skills and use their power and harness it into your build.
Yeah,
so with
that's
Runewords,
finally good news.
Each class is going to share 2 skills and 1 legendary aspect, like the Earthquake one that you saw. And some of them are even going to get to cast improved versions. So for instance, instead of the standard Decrepify from the Necromancer, you get to cast Horrid Decrepify, which is the upgraded version. And that's we did that for a lot of reasons. We wanted to make some of them feel a little better and a little more powerful. And a lot of it is about balance. But one important thing that I always want to highlight here is that you always cast the best version of the skill if you have upgrades as the sort of home owner of the class, right? So what that means is, let's say you're a Spiritborn and you equip the Cry rune, which is the Vortex spell. If you have points into the upgrade, then you'll cast the upgraded Vortex when the rune goes off. So I don't think there'll be any class envy. Like everyone will get the best version of their own skills, and then they'll get to use other classes' skills. And we're really excited to see how people can construct new builds and new archetypes and what they can do with using the power of the classes.
And that says enhanced Warcry, so that means Necros can become Berserk, right?
That indeed does mean that, and that enhanced Warcry is a winner. I gotta say, that one's real strong. We've already seen people just chopping up the pit with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to what kind of interesting new combinations and builds you can come up with by dipping into other class skills in unique ways. It really just multiplies the possibilities of what you can do with any given class.
Yeah, exactly. And not only do we want you to augment your builds with other classes' skills, but runes will scale with gear. So when you get more interesting runes of rituals, you'll find ways to optimize them as well and get more output. So we really feel like people will have a lot of theory crafting that they can build off of the Runeword system. And I'm very excited to see how you break the game. By the way, that's what you should do on PTR for me. Just break the game. See every build you can find that totally destroys everything.
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing.
Now we have the crafting element. So using 3 of the same rune, you can use them to roll a new rune. You go to the jeweler, or it might not be the jeweler, but we'll see. And you will combine 3 of the same exact rune, and you'll get a new rune out that is guaranteed to be different than the rune you put in. And there's a chance to up-roll it to the next highest rarity. So if you put 3 magic runes in, there's a chance that it'll be a rare rune. Same with rare. There's a chance that it'll be a legendary rune. And then on top of that, we'll have the ability to craft mythic uniques. So you can use runes. Each mythic unique can be crafted with a specific set of runes. You'll need a legendary, rare, and magic runes of a certain quantity, and 1 resplendent spark. And this is in addition to the existing mythic unique crafting flow. So
I was just going to say, this really harkens back to the sort of crafting that was so core in D2, with the runes of being able to match 3 and get the next upgrade, but in a way that's a little bit more flexible and gives you more progression out of it. And this is all tradable, right? So that match 3, those crafting mythic uniques, what do you think that's going to do with trading?
Yeah, I think it's going to really build a sort of player community around how to acquire the runes you need.
I don't know why they want to do that, honestly.
You have 2 and you want to find that third one to combine for a new one, or you're hunting for a specific...
That's just going to destroy the economy.
A lot of player interaction. And, well, someone's going to win the capitalism game there, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, definitely.
I really like how the rune crafting system makes it so you're kind of always progressing, right? If you're getting rune drops, then you're getting materials that can use to progress towards higher rarity runes and potentially towards these mythic unique items. Unlike some of the other loot drops, if you don't find a good piece of gear, it just ends up being salvage. Here with runes, you're kind of constantly getting some of that progression, even if it's not always the perfect rune right now.
Yeah, I think that's something that when we did talk to a lot of sort of D2 diehards when we built Runewords, and one of the things that most of them tended to mention consistently was every rune drop is progress, right? You're always moving up that ladder. And so we wanted to make sure that even if you didn't get the exact thing you wanted, it still meant something to you one way or another.
Well, I know we've talked a lot about a lot of stuff today. We had progression, itemization.
So many changes.
We talked about quality of life. We talked about class changes, and of course the newest thing, which is rune words, which will be in Vessel of Hatred. But the one thing we did want to quickly talk about was PTR. PTR is coming up. And we want to give a little bit, or at least some specifics on what that PTR test is going to be, and also hear from the team on exactly like what they're looking for from you guys out there that are playing, like for feedback as you guys play through the systems. Everything that we've actually talked about today is going to be present in this PTR. So all the class balance changes, the progression changes, rune words will also be part of the PTR. So we actually do want players jumping in and checking it out. So let's jump right into some of the PTR items. So as everyone knows, PTR from even the last PTR that we had will carry over content from your main account. So if you've already done all your renown, cleared your fog of war, your altar of Lilith status will carry over onto your PTR account. We did do a character copy as well. It was a while back though, so you may find that it might be a little dated from like the character copy that you have on live, but that will exist for players to actually use. One thing I will note is that we are planning on having 2 different testing phases for PTR specifically. The first testing phase will actually begin next Wednesday and will run through Friday, about midday, where we're going to actually give players the opportunity of kind of just starting characters from fresh, because we really need people to try out the new progression systems that Colin and Aislinn were talking about specifically in the beginning of the stream. So Wednesday through midday Friday, we really need players to jump in, check that out, give us feedback specifically regarding anything tied to the new progression systems. Around midday on Friday, though, we will be turning on the rest of the PTR, which will include things like rune words and all the other features that we were kind of talking about. Well,
5th of September.
All the other features will be part of it, but
PTR.
rune words and things like that will be turning in on Friday. One thing that we've heard from feedback from players specifically, especially as we have addressed this in the past, is that there is going to be a boost vendor available for this PTR. So in Kiovashad, players will be able to go and visit this specific vendor. This is the best video that I was talking about because this Fallen is dancing and it looks absolutely amazing. This vendor will be available and you'll be able to interact with it. And this vendor will actually then be able to provide you a ton of enhancements to your character, which we do have a list of here. So you will be able to boost your character up to level 50. Level 60, of course, which is the new level cap after Vessel of Hatred actually ships. We will end up clearing out your whole map, your waypoints, Fog of War. We will do your class mechanic stuff and have that already unlocked. All torment tiers will be unlocked. Your potions will be upgraded completely. And then I know based off of feedback that we got from like the last PTR was, hey, it'd be great if we could generate like legendary items, if we can get all the unique items, all the runes, or
so we don't have to farm them,
and all the runes and everything like that, including masterworking materials that will actually be available in this vendor. So this is a way for players to be more efficient while testing and being able to give us more feedback, especially around end game related items. So we really need players to jump in for PTR. One last caveat I do want to mention is Infernal Hordes will not be available in this specific PTR. We are still doing some work on that right now before we actually get it ready, but all the other features within the game will be available. Infernal Hordes, as I mentioned, it's a permanent feature, so it's coming back to the game no matter what. And then separately, I do want to remind everyone that PTR right now it is still just PC BattleNet only. This does give us the flexibility of being able to upload, change things on the fly, like things like turning rune words on Friday, for instance, gives us we have the flexibility of being able to do that on our own platform. So it's just easier for us to be able to have that additional work from our side to be able to make things like that happen when we can do testing specifically from that end. But Colin, Aislinn, I'd be really curious to hear like what you guys are looking for specifically in this PTR from feedback from players that they can focus in on and provide feedback on as they go into the test.
Yeah, so I think we really want to see people focusing on the new journey. So starting from level 1 and feeling out what difficulty tier is right for you. And if that feels like it's the difficulty tier that you would expect to be on based on how powerful you've managed to make your character and how many of the progression systems you've engaged with. Like if you engage with tempering and you go all out and you're like I'm going to make my character a blaster even though they're only level 30, like how far can you go with that? And are you going as far as you expected you would be able to go?
Okay,
yeah,
makes
those
sense.
are great points. It really is about, are we hitting that expectation that we've sort of created, right? Which is, we really loved how the Mind Cage was functioning. We loved how tormented bosses felt in terms of having hard mode versions of things. Are these difficulty tiers sort of meeting those expectations of all the things that we have had in the previous game now mapped to a more streamlined system that should be much, much easier to navigate?
Awesome. And I know on the class side, like Charles, what are you kind of looking for? What's the team looking for on that front?
Yeah, I think we're really looking at the new skills and the new key passives for each class and how they're usable at all points in your character journey, right? They should feel good to press when you just first learn these new skills. But they should also feel really good when you're in the late game and you're trying to, make a build all around them, right? Around your stone burst. Like, does it feel like that has enough support and that you can, make a stone burst build or Dance of Knives and or all the other different skills? Like, do they fit in? What's their appropriate power level? And we really want to make sure that the new skills and the new key passives enable new ways of playing our classes and they feel satisfying to build that way.
Yeah, hopefully.
Awesome. And Jeevan, I know you mentioned to everyone, break the game with rune words. So is there maybe any more extra items you're looking for in terms of feedback?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely mostly about that. I want to see what people come up with. I want to see, what you can cook in terms of builds. You can do something fun or cool or unexpected. And also, I'm highly interested in the sort of balanced feedback. I think we'll get it from all of you, but we've had a lot of people on the team work very hard on conceptualizing how to make sure this stuff is right on the edge of broken without actually being broken. And you'll get to prove me wrong if that isn't the case. Yep.
Awesome. Well, I know we do want to jump into a little bit of Q&A before we kind of wrap up. I know we've been here for a little while, so we'll try to grab some questions specifically from Twitch chat. I know probably the most popular question right now from the community is about armory, and I do want to start off with that specifically. And I do also want to just confirm that we are working on an armory. The team is cooking on it right now. We just don't have it ready immediately, but as soon as we have an update,
that's really good news.
we will be providing that to the community. There is work for an armory happening. We're not purposely ignoring it, I promise you. And it is in the works specifically from that end. So I know we have questions from Twitch chat, so this is where I actually butcher everyone's name. So in standard fashion, I will continue to do that. It's just a little different now because I actually have a screen in front of me, which is actually really, really beneficial. But I guess we'll start off with a question regarding the different difficulty tiers. So this is from Double DHZ, which is, since we now have 8 difficulties, does this mean with power increase in later seasons, more difficulties will be added? Are we planning on adding 20 difficulties like in Diablo 3? What's the plans around that?
Yeah, we want to be really measured in terms of when we add difficulty tiers. I think it sets us up for adding them when we feel like it's an appropriate time. We don't want to get to a spot where we have 20 different difficulty tiers. We want to have just enough granularity to support the amount of power that we're adding. And what we don't want to do is sort of say, okay, we're going to add things like rune words or add things like seasonal powers and then nerf all of you by making the monsters 100% tankier to compensate for the power. We'd actually rather create a system that when you get that new power, we're going to add another band of difficulty to get even more efficiency out of that power.
Okay,
so that's been the sort
that
of
makes
guiding
sense.
light, is we don't want to continue to sort of nerf players into a spot where they can sort of use all this new power to push. A great example of that is previously in seasons, we would actually increase monster health to compensate for some of the seasonal powers. Now, if you get seasonal powers, if you're blasting Penitent and leveling to 60 faster, good for you. Like, that's something that we think is actually really important to the system.
Okay, sounds
Awesome.
fair.
I know next question that we have, this is a question I've seen a decent amount. This is from Explosive Cat. Hopefully your cat is not exploding. What's the purpose of Nightmare Dungeons now that glyphs have moved out of Pit?
Yeah, that's what I want to know
so
too.
Nightmare Dungeons are going to be where you receive your masterworking materials.
Oh.
And because Nightmare Dungeons are going to
Okay.
be following the difficulty tier system now, you're going to be able to go into higher torment tiers, or rather higher difficulty tier Nightmare Dungeons, and get more masterworking materials out of that. So just like, you know, all other kinds of content in the game now, being able to go into a higher difficulty of that activity is going to ultimately be better for you.
Yeah, the grind, sort of putting a grind currency actually fits much better in a Nightmare Dungeon compared to the Pit, because it means that every sort of elite you kill, every chest you open, or every corner you go
Okay.
into,
They
and you find an
actually
elite
want to
pack,
make
those
a
are going to be
skill
masterworking
stuff
materials,
in
as
Nightmare
opposed to
Dungeons.
today, where it's
That's
like, well,
usually
the
not a
instant
thing.
I make a turn that is not in the
Just
direction of finishing
jump
this
to the
dungeon
glyph
has been a
stone, get
waste of
out,
my
jump
time
to
because I
the
want
glyph
that
stone.
glyph. That
Yep.
completely changes when
Yep.
everything in the dungeon is dropping masterworking materials, and we think that
Okay.
feels so much better for that type of content. Conversely, you know, with the Pit, you know, again, we're going to reward you for pushing difficulty, and we do want you to sort of get there quickly and get that reward and get out. So we think that'll feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
so
will.
just for people, because I think when they immediately heard like, well, now it's just moved to Nightmare Dungeons and it's just at the end, it's actually part of the whole Nightmare Dungeon. It's not just the end goal, getting to the end and getting, you know, masterworking materials there. Just want to clarify for chat, because I know immediately
a good amount. There's a good amount at the end when you kill the boss, right? Of course, the boss has to have good shit, but like, what's really
Good
gonna
shit.
feel great is like when you run into a massive elite pack. Like,
maybe that's the
randomly
only cool guy.
run into, you know, we spawned maybe too many. Those are all gonna represent, you know, little loot bags of masterworking materials, which is gonna be huge.
Awesome. This question is from RXU105. Are runes reusable?
Yeah. So
yeah, you can soak it.
By the way, I just want to say, chat, I've been reading Twitch chat, and what you've said has struck a chord. Anyway, yes, they will be reusable.
Can't take you anywhere.
You can unsocket runes and you can move them into different items. Yes, absolutely. I saw a few related questions to that. They don't get to exist in the same item as gems. You do have to pick between gems and runes on any individual item.
That's too fucked up for me.
Awesome.
Not awesome, Adam.
A question
Not
related
awesome.
to another. Well, at least I don't know if Charles, you want to answer this, or if you have additional details. There's a lot of questions related to one of the mythic uniques, and it's additive damage to demons and angels specifically. I don't know if you want to talk about
I will confirm that is the wording on the effect. Plus damage to angels and demons.
There you go, guys. We'll just leave it at that. And
no further comment.
I know, yeah, no further comment on that. Additional question that we have related to Paragon is, why cap the amount of boards instead of just capping maybe the amount of glyphs we can use? This is from Hotner.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Something that I think we can take back and really think about. We had discussed, and we felt like the cleanest solution from just sort of the flow perspective was that we wanted to just make it really sort of compact and make those choices about which glyphs and which legendary nodes and eventually what rare and magic nodes matter to you. But that's really good feedback and something we can continue to monitor as we go into PTR and as people get their hands on it. Again, it's really about making those boards more punchy, and the connections between those boards is something that you navigate during your journey. But the sort of end point is about making those really chunky choices on what glyphs you want and what legendary nodes you want. And we think that ultimately, especially now that Paragon is realm-wide and all your alts, I think we touched on that earlier, all your alts get to benefit from this. It's really going to streamline that process of getting your points locked in quickly on those alt characters and get them into the end game really quickly. But that's a really good point of feedback.
Definitely want to see that.
A question
exactly.
from WTF, Akalaka. I see this is bad. Yeah, you get the point. Well, everyone need to be in Kyovashad to change difficulty like it is currently right
now. Yeah, good question.
That's a good question. We've added, actually, yeah, so you could imagine how obnoxious it would be to do the pit in Karagar and then have to go to Kyovashad to then unlock the new Torment tier that you just got. So we actually added difficulty tier selectors in Karagar as well as Kyovashad, in addition to Kyovashad. And then we also have one in Kurast, and there's also another one, I think, near the Dark Citadel entrance. We've added them in a few locations across the game just to make that a little bit of a better experience.
Question from a few people. There's like Corinter, there's another question from 9 Tons of Pain. Are glyphs kind of shared between all characters in the realm, or do they have to be leveled up separately?
So those are still leveled up separately, but that's something like going forward, we definitely want to emphasis on like making alt more seamless to play into, and we definitely there's some underlying feedback there, which is, wouldn't it be great if the Paragon glyphs were account wide? And it's like, yeah, that's something we can take back to the team. And philosophically, we really want to start moving towards a direction where making alts is really easy to get into and feel powerful. So that's something we can definitely take note of.
And I'll also highlight that, right, because the Paragon points are shared account wide or realm wide, as it were. If you make a new character, you're going to get a ton of Paragon points right away, which increases your player power level, which maybe means you take on a higher pit tier, and then you get the catch-up mechanic on leveling up those glyphs. So it is a little bit easier for your alts to level up those glyphs as well, even if it's not 100% shared.
Yeah, that's very true. You can level them up really fast in the pit if you're pushing deep.
There is a question regarding Eternal Realm characters, like, what happens to them when 2.0 kind of launches? What's the I'm assuming because they already have like 925 gear, if they're at max level, they'll be brought down to that new eye level that we had mentioned. Is there like any specific changes or anything, or is it kind of laid out exactly kind of how we presented?
Oh, I can answer this.
Yeah.
So we are doing some adjustments for those Eternal players who really like to play the game on one character. We wanted to make sure that there was new loot to chase. We also just needed to make sure that with the new character level adjustments, we sort of had to adjust the eye power of items now that the fact that the max character level is 60. In addition to our goals of really sort of creating more grounded numbers, it does mean level 50 is getting an eye power adjustment, as well as the affixes are being adjusted. But we are going to max roll every single affix that we adjusted power-wise. So, for example, if you get a 5, we're going to take those items and adjust them. We aren't going to re-roll those affix bands. Like if you had perfect affixes, we're just going to essentially max roll all of them within that band. So there's no feels bad about, I had this perfect item and you ruined it by readjusting it. But the sort of main takeaway there is we wanted to make sure in patch 2.0 that there was new loot to chase. We wanted to make sure that the new uniques had a place to sing. And that's all sort of in service to that, for that type of Eternal player who really likes that sort of long form progression.
Awesome. Question from Ice Panther. Rune words, are they applicable to all items and weapons? Or are they restricted to specific types of equipment? Additionally, can gems be inserted into equipment with runes?
Yeah, they can be inserted into all types of equipment, so they're not restricted from being in uniques as long as you have 2 sockets for that unique. And the to restate the slots that are available with 2 sockets, on base game it's 3. It's chest, pants, and 2-hander. We're also adding a second socket to helm, so you'll have 4 slots. And you cannot mix runes with gems in any item. And
That's
you
just
wouldn't
dumb.
want to. You'd basically be losing the benefit of them.
Awesome. I know we have some questions related to like some co-op bugs. I will say that I've gone on, I know, like forums and Reddit and addressed them, that we are working on them. I can tell you the team is most definitely working on them right now. Excuse me as I cough. Still getting over my sickness. And then I know this is actually a pretty, I'm going to ask this because it's a funny question. Are there runes for G and then Vun?
Oh, I mean, my narcissism certainly would have let me do that, but I think we can't do that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, I would have loved to. But I will say, there are, the runes have these sort of phrases that they unlock when you actually compose the spells. And we have some, I think, fun references and Easter eggs to, the great Diablo games of the past. And so hopefully that'll kind of make you smile when you see them.
Awesome. And then runes, are they stackable?
Oh, please make them stackable.
They are stackable, and we have added a new tab for them as well. We have a socketable tab. So all your runes and gems will go there. So
there we go.
It would be pretty good for your inventory.
Yeah, that would have been really messing with inventory if runes did not stack.
Yeah.
Now that they have their own tab. Yeah, and now they have their own tab, which is really, really good. So cool. I know we are very over on time. So I do want to make sure that we let everyone go here so that they can eat, because we've now gone well past lunch over here in California. Just a reminder for everyone that PTR is actually going to be starting next Wednesday. We will have patch notes and the blog up immediately after the stream, specifically here, so you guys can check it out. Check out the patch notes. It's 17,000 words, a lot of words, so I apologize. I will say that for other locales, it might be until like early next week before those patch notes will be available. It just takes a while for us to localize on some of those, and it kind of came in a little hot. So we do plan on actually having that available in all languages. Just for now, they will be English only and immediately up after this specific stream. Again, PTR starts next Wednesday. We'll have 2 different phases. Wednesday through Friday will be that first initial phase where we need players jumping in, checking out the progression changes and testing all that out. And then starting on Friday for the rest of the week specifically, we'll end up having the boost vendor available where players can actually jump in and test out everything that they need to regarding rune words and all other things that are tied to endgame. I do want to give a huge thanks to everyone on this panel here. Colin, Aislinn, Charles, Jeevan, thank you so much for going through a ton of information. I do want to also call out the rest of the Diablo team, because they have been doing a ton of work towards Vessel of Hatred, and of course, patch 2.0 and Season 6. One thing we will say is that you guys actually haven't heard about Season 6 yet. We still have information to tell you about Season 6. We'll be sharing that more here in the coming weeks as we head towards launch. So there is still a seasonal theme and mechanic with Season 6 that we'll be sharing here soon. So thank you guys, everyone, and thank you, Diablo community, for tuning in. Check out Diablo4.com immediately after the stream, and we'll see you guys in Sanctuary. Thanks again.
Yep, will do.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, we're ending with this. Best. I love it.
We can't forget the most important member of the team.
Alright, I guess that was it. Changes looking wild. But what can I say? Let's get back to how it was. And oh damn. Alright, short break, and we'll be back to discuss the changes. Okay, I'm live again, so let's undo the changes I guess from the data. No, but let's at least pull the browser and lower the volume on this one. I assume it's like very, very high. So, okay. Something like, and let's pull the browser here, also the text and timer, pull them out. Browser. Okay, we're on the correct one. So, PTR, what we need to know. Let's see, what we need to know. It's coming September 4th, will be till 11th. Test updates and features, that's the purpose. Why the systemic changes? Okay, original version for character progression was that you would have a great journey traversing through World of Tears. Yeah, kinda. Swapping out gear, increment of strength to the Paragon system. Okay. I felt that was fun the first time, but on repeated playthrough, World Tier 3 and Secret Items felt artificial. Well, not really, but yeah, mostly. Added a lot of stats load that didn't make the game more fun. Yeah, it didn't. Let me check here. Okay, this is up. Since launch, we've added endgame features like Infernal Hordes and the Pit. Vessel of Hatred will expand the endgame lineup even further, adding Dark Citadel and the Undercity to the mix. Our hope is that these new systemic changes allow for new characters to reach the endgame faster, like they said on the Campfire. Leveling adjustments, Paragon, and characters level split. Okay. So basically they're doing it like they said on the Campfire. Basically they're doing it like D3. It will be account wide, realm wide. That's gonna be interesting. This means you can have additional skill points, which is also good. Especially for our Necromancer class, we're gonna be wondering where to put them. Do you really think? As there's not much there. They just added like one ultimate and 3 passives, which are kind of funny. But at least shadow builds will probably no longer require the shooting storm. They're gonna be able to get barrier easily. Additional avenues of character customization. Yeah, not much to be honest. Character level is currently 100. Once these changes go into effect, your character level will be reduced to 50. Oh boy. Oh, so we need to get the new stuff. We still need to play with the old characters if we have to. Probably not. I don't necessarily care about Eternal at all. Okay. Stats adjustments. In addition to splitting out character and Paragon levels, we've revisited stats like health, armor, and core stats. Okay. We've received player feedback stating that the numbers used to depict stats and damage have gotten out of control. I don't necessarily agree with this, though. In some builds per class, at least one can do the billions of damage, so that might be a thing. We've adjusted stats in a way that makes the information more consumable, like smaller numbers maybe. The change has no bearing on the strength of your character, so basically in this patch notes, or what do we call it, PTR info post, we will be hearing the same things that they were talking about in the Campfire. New difficulty system. Standard difficulties. Normal. Hard. Expert. Penitent. And then will come Torment. World tiers have been changed to difficulties. Okay. Your gateway to hell. Torment difficulties. So normal and hard are unlocked by default. That's good. It's like World Tier 1 and 2. Expert unlocked after completing prologue. Okay, so we can jump straight to prologue if we skip the campaign. Probably that's gonna be a thing. Because this reminds me of World Tier 3, where we basically do nothing, just go do the capstone, move to World Tier 4. That's what World Tier 3 basically is. It's just there. Something. Anyway, Penitent is unlocked upon reaching level 50. Okay. And this is where the interesting things come in, because they said the changes will be drastic, so possibly we might be able to compare it to like 20 level difference like it's in the Horde, because they said changes will be drastic here for this thing. That's what I'm assuming. Making the Torment difficulties to mark the Veteran Warrior. Alright. Level 60 unlocks the Pit tier 1 to 20, and then we need to do the Pit and get the Glyph XP from there now to actually unlock the others. And let's see, 35 to 50 and 65 and above. Okay. This is actually where the Pit becomes interesting after, I don't know, maybe a bit later, but they said they're gonna bring down the numbers of the Pit. The highest Pit will be tier 100 now, so 65, that probably will be like really high. We'll have to play and see when this comes into effect, or on the PTR next week, right? So as danger wasn't abundant enough in Sanctuary, Torment difficulties foster a new hazard, Curses. While playing in Torment difficulties, your armor and resistances are reduced as follows. So, okay, that's destroying it even further. So now, actually, having armor as an affix might make sense, but I highly doubt it, actually, unless you're I don't know, a sword with a two-hander. Probably armor is gonna be a thing you might want to need as an affix, but otherwise, I don't think so. And it's like easy to tamper it, total armor, so shouldn't be a problem. Same goes for resist. For example, right now many builds don't even require your jewelry to be socketed, like amulets and rings. If you don't use the sockets, you can still be capped, especially with using the Paragon. So they might be hinting that during this season, so they don't do additional changes for the next one, because some of those changes for this season 5 seemed really dumb to me, for real. Especially the armor on the Bone Necro. Every unique on the Bone Necro has armor on it, which gives you like 20k armor if you equip it all. Now it could make sense, but not as much, because they removed important stats like damage reduction, attack speed, life, things like that we can't get anywhere else, while we can easily cap armor without these 3 affixes, like on these gear pieces. So I just hope they know what they're doing, but I highly doubt it, to be honest. And we'll see how these changes affect gear choices, Paragon changes, and meta refreshments. And okay, monster levels. Monster will no longer have their level displayed and will scale to the difficulty you're playing in. So that might make things a bit dangerous, because we'll have to test the waters, see if we fit where we are while we're progressing. But I hope it's gonna be like something really straightforward. Let's see the Paragon updates. Yeah, glyphs have undergone a metamorphosis. Yeah, basically they're bringing glyphs to much higher level. They're gonna scale the radius as well at level 46 on the glyph as well. They're gonna be able to be legendary glyphs now. Something I've been talking about before, like why not give us power to further modify the glyphs, give them additional bonuses. So there you go, here it is, we have it, no problem. 3 attempts to upgrade your glyphs rank are rewarded for successfully completing the pit. So crafting materials will now be the nightmare dungeons, glyph XP or glyph upgrade attempts will be in the pit, basically. And the good thing about the nightmare dungeons is that they're gonna make us actually kill stuff in them now, because those enemies in the nightmare dungeons will be dropping masterworking materials. What we've been doing so far for the nightmare dungeons: enter the dungeon, go to glyphstone, queue as least as possible, just go to the glyphstone, new dungeon, go to the glyphstone, new dungeon, go to the glyphstone. Well, now they want us to actually do things in the nightmare dungeons. Okay, let's see. I'm generally gonna skip on reading the entire thing word by word, because most of those things were mentioned in the campfire. So moving on, every 20 level difference between the completed PTR and glyph rank grants a bonus upgrade per attempt, so this can fail. We might have to run it over and over, and like I said during the campfire, that's probably gonna be an RMT heaven right there. RMTers, rejoice. Yeah. First pit run. Okay, that's an example. Let's see. Attempt 1, glyph rank increases from 1 to 3. Attempt 2, glyph rank increases from 3 to 5. Attempt 3, glyph increases from 5 to 7. Bonus attempt, glyph rank increases from 7 to 9. Second pit run. Okay, so they just start dropping the numbers after this one. After 11. Okay, that's good to know. Third pit run. 14 to 14. Oh, maybe they just made a mistake here, but it should be 14 to 15, because on 15 it should increase. And also on 46, like they said. Let's see, because it can't be 14, 15 to 16 anyway, yeah. The maximum level of glyph has been increased to 100, like I said. At level 45, a rare glyph can be upgraded to a legendary glyph using gem fragments with the following bonuses. Glyph radius size has increased from 4 to 5, so this will drastically change how we do Paragon to get the least possible unusable nodes around the glyph. The glyph gains an additional affix. Yeah, those could be really powerful, as we saw on the campfire. Let's see the boards. What is this gonna be? Okay, new boards. Can we zoom it even more? Probably. Can't really say much, but looks like those are gonna be like intermediate boards, which help connect the other ones. And now that glyphs Paragon boards themselves gonna be limited to 5, including the starting board. That does not feel very well to me, because sometimes it was way more way better, like to actually pick more glyphs compared to rare nodes and magic nodes on the Paragon board. So we have to be like very selective on what glyphs we're gonna use. Maybe not so much power creep after all, after this change. But look at this design, excuse me, the design looks the same. So probably those rare and magic nodes are gonna provide similar bonuses, which are like at least half of them not only class related, right? For example, Necro's Bloodbath and Sork's Conduit board, I think they had dot from DR from dots, right? So I assume it's gonna be something similar, although, right, look at the icons, they look a little bit different. except maybe these. Looks like this one is for resistances and something, so I assume that's gonna be a thing. Half the board is gonna be like class specific, and the other half on the legendary and I mean on the rare and the magic node is gonna be something for every class to use, like the example for Necromancer I just made. Each class has received one paragon board, so one more. We're probably gonna drop a few and this change of limiting the glyphs we can use and boards, to be honest, might be a bit problematic while combining different schools of abilities. For example, combining on the Necro, let's say Bone and Darkness, that might not be such a good thing anymore. Or for example, Blood and Darkness, it could be a thing, but it will be a little bit more limited. So we'll have to see next week on the PTR, for example. Item quality rework, what we can say about this, they mentioned is that the new power cap, so to say, the item power cap would be 750, although you can find like higher item power eventually, and all the ancestral items will have greater affix on them. So if you see the greater affix, that's an ancestral item. That's a really good change actually, so we no longer have to like farm for hours and hours and hours expecting something in particular to be the greater affix. This should be easier to get those things, so we can actually enjoy the end game, not waste our time progressing and all that. And I believe it's going to be really better for hardcore. If you die, you lose your things, so getting the better gear should not be such a big deal anymore, but we'll see how the new difficulties will kind of prevent us from doing that. Ancestral items start dropping at Torment 1, so once we get to Torment, we'll probably perma get these ancestrals. Okay, that's gonna be good. Okay, they always drop at power 800, and that's the new highest possible, not 925. Greater affixes only appear on ancestrals, as ancestral items always contain, yeah, like I said. Sacred items will no longer drop, although that's gonna be a thing now. Any sacred items you have in your character, we don't necessarily care about Eternal, but anyway, will be marked as legacy, like they did change the items before during previous seasons when they removed damage reduction, so it's gonna be a thing. Eternal players, I don't know, and I wouldn't really want to comment on it because I'm not really an Eternal player. I always delete my characters or commit suicide, something, or try to get someone to do PvP with me, which is almost never the case, just to have slots for the new season. I never played Eternal, to be honest. And let's see, item power 750 can now be masterwork up to 4 times, so we only need the ancestrals to be masterwork to be 12 times. New class skills and passives, we already checked all of them out like during the campfire, so might generally skip this part. There's gonna be a throw barbarian. Druid gets a new channeling skill, which could also be spammable to burst early on, not like this. The new ultimate the Necro gets is gonna provide barrier, so not necessarily have to use Bone Storm, like I said, on the shadow builds. So it's not so bad, and also we can drop a few barrier and defensive aspects to benefit from something else. But we'll see how this plays through. Rogue is now really crazy with jumping around with his knives and then dropping stun grenades. That's gonna be really powerful, I assume. Sork gets an insane skill, which is also conjuration, using all 3 elements and does different things depending on what the element is. Could combine all of them actually with the new unique that they're getting. Excuse me. New passives for each class. I didn't necessarily like them, except maybe one of the barbarian ones, one of the druid ones. this one also had only good one, which can grant you barrier while attacking on the Necro, so that was somewhat useful. We'll see how that goes. Sword, this is just gonna be way OP. I hope they tune it right. We'll see how that goes. Rune words are gonna be a thing now in Diablo 4. Unfortunately, they seem to not be very hardcore friendly, because in order to use a rune word, you're gonna have to sacrifice 18% of your maximum life, which is terrible. It's even beyond comprehension in my limited mindset here, right? So that's gonna be a thing. Rune words again. Probably many would wanna seek this one again, the infamous Jar rune, which was used in the Enigma in Diablo 2. It's gonna grant teleport. So I still think that a sorcerer originally tele-stomping things with, for example, using the Oculus and tele-stomping and killing everything, that's gonna be even more powerful. So I don't know, depending on how often this is triggered, it might be good, it might not be. I assume it's gonna require a lot of attack speed to actually make this effective, which will also make you sacrifice damage, life, and other things. So we'll see how this plays. So there will be two rune word types, and both of them combined could produce different effects. They cannot be combined with gems on the gear, because this will render one of the rune like useless, and you get half of the benefit from the gem sockets. But helmets will now have 2 gem sockets until you find the good runes you'll be looking for. You're probably gonna be stronger than usual, because it's 1 more gem. This could actually drastically change things, like prevent you from being one-shotted for having extra health, or having additional damage with a topaz or anything, and we'll see how that plays. Okay, so here are the ritual runes. That's one of the rune type. Okay, they got cast skill with a cooldown, cast same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row, lucky hit chance to chance against injured enemies, deal damage after not taking any within 5 seconds. So probably that's gonna be for some class which has like the Sork's Flame Shield or the Necro's Blood Mist or something, which can actually make you unhindered or immune, as we used to call it in the game before the previous pack before previous. So anyway, let's move on here. Cast a non-channeled core skill, evade power from another class, evoke power from another class. So those are the results, and the other rune type is the how to get this result, right? So that's how they stick together, make a rune word, which should work beyond time and space. That's how it actually happens. Gain offering, become injured or crowd controlled. Yeah, cast an ultimate skill. I don't know how this is, probably that's the condition here, right? Inflict a crowd control that isn't slow or chill. Cast evade, travel 5 meters. Your minion or companion kills an enemy or dies. Drink a healing potion. So that sounds a little interesting here. And let's see. Spend 5% of your maximum resource. This looks very promising, especially on builds which solve resource quite nicely and easily. For example, on the Bone Necro with Torment aspect, probably gonna have like perma essence up, which actually allows for even more damage with ossified essence, because it scales with the more essence you have at the moment of casting. Gain, okay, cast a skill after moving, lose 1% of your maximum life. Unfortunately, I don't like the 1% here. Maybe if we could tune it to different percent, to like cast the defensive skills if you lose blah blah blah, something like a defensive aspect. Stand still for 0.3 seconds. That's good when you usually attack this. If you have like more than 2 attacks per second, and you know that basically you're easily going to trigger this one, unless you're a rogue, because this new skill you can channel while moving, actually, and no other class can do that. So, well, let's see. Invocation runes. So those are the results we can produce with the ritual runes that we just read here. Evoke the barbarian channeling shout, reducing your damage taken. That's not so bad. Evoke the barbarian's enhanced war cry, increasing your movement speed and damage dealt. Gain +3 to all skills for 5 seconds. Gain critical strike chance for 5 seconds up to 25, so that makes the effect stackable if you can trigger it again within those 5 seconds. It has, as we can see, it has a cooldown, so that's how it's stackable, for example. Okay, what else? Your next skill cast will be a guaranteed critical strike and overpower, so that's the orange text. That seems very interesting, especially like for the ritual rune, which was to do it when you lose a bit of resource, like 5% was it? Evoke a druid's earthen bulwark, granting yourself barrier. That seems interesting. Evoke the druid's petrify, stunning enemies, increasing your critical strike damage. Reduce your active cooldowns, so that's probably gonna be one of the most used ones, I assume. Okay, restore resource, just one? Okay. You probably noticed that some of the rune names are previous to some of the other Diablo games, for example, like this one, right? Restore and evade, charge, and gain 6 movement speed for 5 seconds, up to 30, so this one is stackable too. Gain maximum life for 4 seconds, so hopefully this could make up for the loss of actually 2 rubies on the gear piece that is gonna be used. If we can like perma trigger it, it has to be with something easily triggerable. Maybe, let's see. Evoke the Necromancer's Horrid Decrepify, slowing enemies, reducing their damage, and letting you execute them. So, yeah, no wonder it's the Horrid, not the Abhorrent, because with the Abhorrent, imagine what a sorcerer can do with the Abhorrent, which is like reducing the cooldowns, right? It's gonna make it terrible. Evoke the Necromancer's Abhorrent Iron Maiden, counter-attacking damage from enemies and healing you when they die. Okay. This was actually never an endgame thing, and Iron Maiden in general was never an endgame thing, unless probably Necrothorn's minions. Anyway, yeah, your next non-basic skill can spend all your primary resource to deal up to 100% increased damage. Okay, for one-shotting bosses that might be a thing. If so. Okay, reduce your active ultimate cooldown by 4 seconds. That's actually quite a lot. And unfortunately the cooldown on this is 2 seconds, so it could drastically help on cooldown builds. But 2 seconds to gain 4, that's somewhat okay-ish. Requires blah blah blah. Evoke the rogue's countering concealment. Okay, concealment. Gain dodge chance, movement speed, unstoppable on stealth. I think that was also gonna be one of the unique powers on the one of the new mythic items, but let's see what else. Gain a shadow. What? From the rogue's dark shroud. Oh, reducing damage taken per shadow. Okay, that seems interesting. Finally, something to make up for the loss of rubies, right? Replace your next evade with the sorcerer's teleport, blinking further, dealing damage and becoming unstoppable. Well, this might sound good. Imagine how dangerous this can be on hardcore mode, especially for this new content, the Citadel and so on. Well, we'll have to play test and see. Evoke the sorcerer's mythical Frost Nova. inflicting freeze and vulnerable on enemies. So I believe that that could be really well used on the Sever Necromancer build, because it can also help with extra damage to frozen or stunned, like it was on Terror, right? Evoke the Spiritborn's concussive stomp, dealing damage and knocking down enemies. Okay. Probably melee. Melee builds will benefit a lot from this. Evoke the Spiritborn Vortex, dealing damage and pulling enemies. Okay. So multi-target builds will benefit from this a lot, I'm assuming, and also the infamous Whirlwind Bleed Barb with the Dust Devils. I can imagine this thing with, for example, one of the mercenaries, the Barbarian Mercenary. That's gonna be really insane. Especially now that we also have an aspect to pull enemies every now and then. So, oh boy, it's gonna be terrible. In the good sense, right? Evoke the Duriels, the Druid, Duriels, okay. I've been running lots of bosses maybe. Druid's Dancing Bolts, seeking and dealing damage to enemies. I imagine this could be really well combined with the Heartseeker on the Rogue, but yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to break this game in the PTR. It's gonna be very interesting. Evoke the Barbarian's Earthquake, dealing damage to enemies within. Okay. You leave the Necromancer's desecrated ground behind you for 3 seconds, dealing damage to enemies within. Okay, interesting. I assume druids and rogues would have a really good benefit from this thing. Okay, 100% offering rogues stun grenades, stunning and dealing damage. Okay. Sorcerer's meteorites, dealing damage to enemies. Spirits Born Pestilent Swarm, dealing damage to enemies. Oh boy, Rogue is gonna be nuts with this. You know Rogue's Poison? How insane it is, and like one-tapping bosses and things like that. And this could also help it do well with multi-targets, so pretty sure Rogues and Sorks will gonna be the top things for the next season too, not just the Spiritborn. I assume the Necro will be again the worst, except only Bone Spirit, because it now can be also multi-target by just attacking, and when it hits it splits into 3 enemies, and then it also combines again if it has more enemies, so Bone Spirit could actually be quite the thing now, not just glass cannon running around, especially with this new ultimate on the Necro. Could be a little bit easier to do defense now. Let's see. Summon a spirit wolf to attack enemies. Okay, so why did I not see summon a skeleton or something? For example, to further boost the companions on the druid, or more the necro minion builds and things like that. Or if you're a ranged build, you could use this like to tank for you. Many things are possible now. Okay, keep those aspects about runes in mind. Like they said, they're gonna be tradable, runes stack and will be stored in new socketable inventory tab. You can also craft mythical items with them. Maximum of 2 rune wards can be equipped at the same time. So on the helmet, on the chest, on the pants, that's where those things go. But only on 2 of those gear pieces, right? Runes can be used to craft other runes, like in previous Diablo games. Let's say in Diablo 2, when you combine runes, you get the higher rune. You can use 3 runes of the same name to craft a new rune. New runes created from crafting is guaranteed to be different than the ones used. I don't know exactly, and they didn't mention if it's going to be similar to the Diablo 2 rune system, where you combine and get 1 level more, or just gonna create like random higher rune. We'll see how that is. Okay, when non-legendary runes are used to craft, there's a chance to create a rune of the next higher rarity. So just a chance, I don't know. Runes can also be used to craft mythics at the jeweler. Yeah, How to obtain runes during the PTR. Runes of any rarity can be acquired throughout Sanctuary as a monster drop, right? But for testing during the PTR, 2 caches containing each rune can be acquired from the PTR boost NPC located in Zarbin Z through a dialogue option. Okay. Wander boldly with Party Finder. Okay, that's gonna be a thing now. Party Finder. So people were crying about it, people were also crying about solo mode, but I guess the group play prevails. So for us lone wolves, we get to go fuck ourselves, right? That's gonna be a thing for us. Features open for testing. Campaign completion, master skill points, fog of war, altar of Lilith, stat bonuses. As many of the changes of this PTR are systemic, the following features will be offered to 8 players, blah blah blah. Level to max, complete class mechanic, unlock torment tiers, fully upgrade your potion, max all aspect, master paragon glyphs, generate legendaries, grant all uniques, runes, temper manuals, materials, gold and nobles, upgraded potions, fully unlock paragon glyphs. Okay, how to provide feedback. How to install the PTR. We already know about this PTR patch notes. Okay. Let's see this thing now. Players may now enable hybrid targeting, a new feature that allows for proximity selection of interactables to be used when mouse movement is disabled. This is meant to assist the item selection in instances where cursor targeting could prove challenging. Oh wow, they did this for PC, while actually console has a problem. For example, when the tormented bosses or bosses are being summoned and defeated, the items could not be picked because on controller you interact with the altar instead as a high priority for some reason, right? Well, not some reason. Okay, all classes. Additions. Affixes, inherent, damage to angels and demons, critical strike chance, lucky hit chance. Oh, that's the new item. Okay, succumb to the hatred of mother's favor. Shroud of the Fate Death. Okay, we already commented on this one. Tempering, new recipe, sharpened finesse, basic skill damage, core damage, ultimate skill damage. That's pretty good. Moves from worldly finesse. Alright. Elemental Search tempering recipe has been split into 2 recipes. Elemental Search night and day. Okay, this would make it much easier to actually do what we wanted, right? Alright, much easier it seems. Skill tree. All class skill trees have been updated to create new connections between nodes. Okay, Barbarian, we don't care. Paragon Board, Legendary Node, Druid, we don't care. Necromancer, Soul Rift, Darkness Ultimate Skill, 50 seconds cooldown. Base skill for 8 seconds, you corrupt surrounding enemies, we already saw this, dealing 65 weapon damage per second, which is actually not so much. But Supreme Soul Rift, every soul absorbed increases your damage by a lot actually, up to 30. This bonus persists for 5 seconds after Soul Rift ends, so it's not so bad after all. Prime Soul Rift enemies and their souls absorbed become vulnerable for 2 seconds, just 2 seconds, so it should be stackable. When then damaging enemies affected by Soul Rift, you have 5% chance to absorb their soul. Whatever the fuck that means, right? I think it was granting barrier. Okay. Affliction, key passive. Enemies affected by vulnerable, crowd control, shadow damage over time are affected with affliction and take... Okay. Increased damage from you and your minions. Your curse skills deal weapon damage, shadow damage to enemies that have affliction. This amount increased by blah blah of your damage to crowd control, vulnerable and shadow damage over time combined. Wow. This seems really powerful because shadow builds, to be honest, they generally sucked a lot. And now with this thing, it's probably not gonna be so bad anymore. Titan's Fall. Wow, fortified you deal increased damage to elites. Honestly, I'm not really happy about this one. Doesn't seem much. Because it's like what? Additive? Plus 18 damage? Hope not. Precision decay. Your lucky hit chance is increased. Oh, we finally get something good. Finality. You deal increased damage for 8 seconds after casting an ultimate skill. Okay. Necrotic Fortitude. Lucky hit. Chance to grant yourself a barrier for 5% over maximum life. Okay, so this increases the chance. That's not so bad. That's not so bad at all. We can be perma barrier on the Necro now without using aspect, without using temerity, and stuff like that. So that's drastically gonna change things. Unique item, the Unmaker, unique helm, affixes, damage reduction. Okay, we already sold this one. Why you have a barrier, resource generation, soul rift, imperfectly balanced. The problem is with this imperfectly balanced, but okay. Soul rift duration is increased for every essence you spend while it is active for up to 8 seconds, so it can't be perma soul rift. Soul rift deals increased shadow damage. Well, wow, this is really good. My problem with this is there's no way to turn skills into shadow skills to actually have a really good benefit from this. Legendary aspects. Reaping Lotus aspect, offensive aspects. Sever no longer returns, yeah, and it's projected in 3. Poltergeist aspect, bone spirit explodes, it bones 3 spirits, which deal portion of its damage. Aspect of fell gluttony, but it's still gonna be more because 40 is what? More than 100, so yeah, it's probably gonna be really good for bossing, especially with the other aspect to, what was it, an entrapped spirit or imprisoned spirit, which makes it explode twice. So yeah, crazy. Aspect of fell gluttony. But look at this. Do you notice something? They keep giving us offensive, nothing defensive, just offensive. This is kinda bothersome, at least to me. Tempering recipes, bone innovation, bone storm duration, spirit explosion size, prison duration, okay. Blood surge nova size, average explosion size, blood lance duration, okay. Blight size, decompose explosion size, soul duration, okay. Sever effect size, reap effect duration, skeleton priest effect duration. Okay. Paragon board. Legendary nodes, frailty. Cursed enemies take increased damage from you and your minions. Increased by 10% each second they are cursed, up to 40. Okay. Finally, something good. Rare North, Lingering Shadow, Shadow damage over time, Shadow damage, Shadow resilience, Shadow resistance, maximum life. Okay. Calculated damage to crowd control, plus 20 armor. Are those guys kidding with us? Like, plus 20 armor. What the fuck? 20 armor. Preservation, intelligence and armor. Eradicate, vulnerable damage and intelligence. Relentlessness, 2.5 attack speed and max life. Okay. Generally gonna be skipping on the rogue, because that was not of interest here. Balance updates. Ultimate skills can now have additional ranks. Players can invest up to 5 skill points into their ultimate skill and bonus. Yeah, they already mentioned that. Life generation affixes now trigger when at full life to continue overhealing effects. Oh, so that's gonna be a thing now. Maybe I should have kept on posting, right? Okay, life per second. Now finally useful. Okay. All classes now have innate 15% block damage reduction. And shields have damage reduction reduced by 15. Oh boy. Legendary aspects, deflecting barrier. Now you have chance after taking direct damage to gain barrier equal to maximum life. This chance is doubled against distant enemies. Okay. Let's see Slaughter. You gain movement speed, lose this bonus after taking damage from a close enemy. Okay. It's better now. So overhealing is not gonna be a thing too, looks like. Barbarian, we don't necessarily care. Druid, we don't care. Necromancer, okay. Blight, enhanced blight, previous. Now blight's radius is increased. Okay. Paranormal blight, blight choose enemies. Okay, that's definitely gonna be good now. Blood lance, oh boy. Blood lance now always pierces through enemies who are currently lanced, dealing reduced damage to subsequent blah blah blah. Okay. New, after casting blood lance 8 times, your next cast of blood lance is guaranteed to overpower and sponsor blood orb. Yeah, so they nerf it basically. Oh, they move it. Okay. They nerf it, but they move it to the first upgrade. Supernatural blood lance is reworked. Previous, after casting blood lance 8 times, your next cast of blood lance is guaranteed to overpower. Blood lance deals increased critical strike damage and increased overpower damage. So faster or more damage? Okay. Okay, transfusion finally more useful. Okay. Unique death approach. Aspect of cursed aura. To clarify that curses are not cast, and so the curses would not benefit from tampering. That's yeah, that was the thing. They don't benefit from the curse size on the tampering. Was the thing before? Never. Okay. Tidal. Additional blood waves now deal of more damage instead of dealing reduced damage. Okay, so the blood artisan build would probably be even better now, and also the bloodlance build as well. Okay. My favorite build will be better, but starting next season, right? We'll see if we have to like re-imprint this, or it will be like this on the PTR. Unique items, let's see how they changed that one. Macabre and corpse damage, okay, instead of just damage. So that's gonna be a thing for the bone spirit as well. That sounds nice. Which they probably intended us to do, but probably not many did because of the loss of aspect. Chance for corpse explosion to deal double damage. What? Okay, so corpse explosion will finally be a thing in this game again. It was pretty weak. I don't think I've seen it do more than like 30 million crit over power, so was not really a big deal. No. Okay, note taken. Corpse explosion is back, better, finally viable, maybe not, but we'll see. Black River, intelligence suffix replayed to chance for corpse explosion to deal double damage. Okay. Tampering. All weapon tampering recipes have been updated to the following stats. Oof, chance to bone spirit to deal double damage. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's I don't think that's good. For real, I think that's pretty dumb. Blood augments. Chance for blood surge to deal double damage. Blood lance hit twice. Hemorrhage hit twice. Blood wave to deal double damage. Okay. Bone storm to deal double damage. That's dumb. Bone spear projectile to cast twice. That was a thing. And that was a thing. Blight projectiles to cast twice. Decompose to deal double damage. Soul to deal double damage. Affliction to deal double damage. Okay. Sever projectiles cast twice. Reap hit twice. That's dumb. Corpse explosion to deal double damage. Summoning aspects. Chance for armor to death to deal double damage. Skeleton mages can attack twice. Skeleton warriors to hit twice. Like. How? Once per attack? Like, hits once but deals twice the damage or something. So. Sorry, I'm just messing with you, right? Other tampering updates. Corpse explosion damage removed from Shadow Finesse. Okay. Starter board. Grasp replacing preservation. Damage to elites and intelligence instead of armor and intelligence. Cause excuse me, but they probably finally noticed that not many use this. Cool leaderboard, custody previous damage reduction for your minions. Now it's summoner crit damage and intelligence, okay. Hawking monstrosity. Golem's armor, now it's summon damage, okay. Yeah, cause it didn't really make sense to have more armor than the cap. Flesh eater. Okay, so that's gonna be a good thing. Change of pathing now required. See, it used to be armor, now it's damage and intelligence. Ultimate. Ah, okay. Okay. Bone graft. Okay, let's see. What did they change? Previous maximum life. Yeah, that's the life and armor. Now resistance and life. Oh boy. Yeah, I think we're gonna need that anyway because of the new changes to torment. Calcified. Previous bone critical strike damage, now it's bone damage. That's good because it's gonna be dealing more damage now. Now it's armor and damage reduction from vulnerable enemies. Wow. Okay. Blood begets blood. Let's see. Aggression damage while healthy. Yep. That would make it much better. Blood orb healing and maximum life. Huh. Bloodbath boards. Damage reduction while fortified. Okay. Finally. That's really good. Let's see. Knowing darkness, replacing gloom. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damage to shadow, damage over time affected enemies. Shadow resistance. Yeah. That wasn't making any sense, so they finally did it. Let's see. Gloom replacing knowing darkness. What the fuck? Oh, they just changed their places. Shadow, oh boy. This will give us better pathways now. Yeah. Let's generally skip the rogue and the sorcerer. We don't care about it here. Sorcerer. Shrine is finally useful. Okay, let's see, like, did I miss something? Loot updates. All unique items now have single boss for target farming. That's not good. I think it's better to just get this and that one from a particular boss. They kind of went more like the D2 way with this. But you could potentially get your build enabling thing from any boss. That might be a positive thing. And not having to like trade or farm particular boss materials. So okay. Let's see, Deathless Visions is removed from Zir. And where does it go? Just to any. Okay. User interface and experience. The order which the player can now favorite mark item or junk has been reversed. So, okay. Favoriting now requires 1 click, making it junk requires 2. Oh boy. The icon denoting that there are additional skill paragon points spent now also, yeah, displays the number they said. 2 tips for dungeons viewed on map have been improved, so more information is at once, okay. New settings have been added to gameplay options menu to hide certain warning messages and announcements such as you need more mana. Okay, that's good. Or like the skill is cool, still in cooldown and stuff like that. Players may now enable hybrid targeting, a new feature that allows for proximity selections of interactables when mouse movement is disabled. Okay, but they didn't say anything about the problem of when, for example, defeating a tormented boss, and if it is on top of the altar on console, you are actually taking longer to pick up the loot than actually fighting the boss, because it's always interacting with the altar. You have to run around, zoom in, zoom out, try whatever the fuck you want, and yeah, it takes longer to actually pick up the loot. So I don't know. We'll test this on the PTR, I guess. Oh boy. Number of available character slots has been just one. Just one! Oh boy! Oh boy. Dodge chance can no longer reach 100 through any means. Yeah, that was a rogue thing, right? The dodge chance bonuses from the handful of related aspects have been swapped from additive to inverse multiplicative, matching the typical dodge chance modifiers. Okay, it used to be good. Let's see, Gauntlet will be disabled for Season 6, while the meta settles with the introduction of the Spiritborn and all other system updates. Nobody gives a fuck about this anymore anyway. So, for example, I played it the other day, and let me tell you, there were 4 more people playing it for my class on hardcore. So it was me and like 4 other people, total of 5 people playing it throughout the week. So yeah, who cares, honestly. The basically the dick measurement tool is softcore pit. You can do softcore pit, you're good. I don't necessarily approve this though. But yeah, I guess people being people right there. Doesn't count on my book. Bug fixes, let's see. Is an issue where blah blah skill ranks of martial vigor. Oh yeah, that was the thing. The barbarian could be immortal. So yeah, they finally saw it. You could get 100% damage reduction, basically unkillable. So you can walk around with like 20k life, just focus on damage, run around one-shot things. That was quite the problem, right? Especially probably on PvP, people were wondering what the fuck is going on here. But martial vigor can no longer be imprinted, so on the weapons, I think something like. Okay, let's see. Fixed an issue where the blood orbs would remain after dying. Well, okay. Fixed an issue where killing a vulnerable enemy with bone skill could not generate essence when using the aspect of exposed flesh. Yeah, nobody uses that anymore. Torment is much better, especially when used with starless skies. It's like nearly impossible to see the essence change. So skipping on those, not necessarily caring about it. We know this was very broken, but okay. General fixed issue where mythic unique items could not drop for lower level players. Actually, people were believing otherwise. They would drop more for lower level players, but now there's your proof that that was not the thing. Like I was talking about, right? This thing, but anyway, now there's your proof. Fixed an issue where the damage from Andario Visage didn't trigger if the affected monster was far away from the player. Okay. Fixed an issue where the aspect of Voracious Rage did not refund resource. Yes, blessing could not be triggered by collecting volatile blood drop by the blood boiling aspect. Yeah, okay, that was a thing. Who would use this one with that one anyway, right? Probably a druid thing. No? Fixed an issue where players would not gain the elemental resistance. Oh. Okay, where the objectives to slay the Inferno, Tormentor, and Turdurla wouldn't complete properly if Behemoth was killed too quickly. So, quest progression for Depths of Despair could be blocked. Incense could be dispelled by taking to a side quest of NPC. What? I never had that. Extension where enemies with post-death effects such as bloated blah blah exploding could delay wave completion from Soul Survivor event. Huh. Extension where the vampire boss affix in the pit did not appear in pit tiers 31 and above. Wait, that was a good thing actually. That was a good thing. Fix the issue where the following defensive and utility aspects could not be imprinted on shields. No, that should not be the case, actually. This should not be possible to do that. But looks like they're finally doing something for us. Especially this one on a shield. Oh boy. Okay, fixed an issue when an error could occur that would prevent progression in the Onyx Watchtower. I mean, who does those anymore? Especially on Nauts. Do you do strongholds? I highly doubt it. Probably just to like run a dungeon to get the glyph XP, but now that won't be a thing anymore. We basically need to do them now because the dungeons will be where we will be getting the master working, especially if we can do fast clears. So I would imagine probably deleting everything with blood search or some other multi-target build just to get the master working materials over and over and then using them on the actual character that needs them. Okay. UI and MISC. Oh boy, we're finally getting to the end. Okay, UI. Transmutation tab were inconsistent. Okay, fixed an issue where the tooltip for ground stomp didn't display the modifiers for enhanced and tactical. Oh, blast trapper and first aspects were associated with the trap keyword. Aspect of birth in venom. Toxic Alchemist. I don't see anything necro related here. Okay, Necrominions. Necrominions were inconsistent throughout various tooltips. Oh boy, they still can't get those tooltips right. Aspect of what is the focalized empowerment is still labeled as aspect of echoing fury. Okay. Frostburn's lucky hit to freeze was not displayed in character stats. Actually, in the utility, many things were not displayed, and that's like one good example of that. I don't think they also separate the ultimate cooldown from the general cooldown and the evade cooldown, and that was also very weird. Aspects will not properly show up when using the keyword search filter in the Codex of Power. And this thing on console, it's a complete hell. Fixed an issue where there wasn't a quest marker over the medical notes dropped by the what? That's a side quest. Life total could not display a slightly above or slightly below max health when the affixes with bonus maximum life are well, would have been like way more helpful if they let us see actual numbers on those orbs with the resource and the health and the fortify and the barrier. Like, let us enable numbers on it so we can actually have an idea and not just proportion wise. We're not all Americans, come on, we need metrics every now and then, right? Anyway, so I guess that was most of it. Fixed an issue where items could become undroppable after interacting with the stash while sitting on a chair. Oh yeah, that's the Kiowa shop thing. Next to the shop where the stash is, there's also a chair. Okay. Various performance, stability and visual improvements. Alright folks, I guess that was everything about this new patch coming. The changes are massive. I highlighted most of them on my X account. I will not be doing a TLDR like most of the creators do. I don't have time for such bullshit, and as you probably know, my opinion on this is you can't necessarily become a good player by just running through things like TLDRing. You can't necessarily make adequate and well-informed decision to contribute to you being a good player. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna cut a video for this to make it like a separate video, because it's gonna be extremely long. None of you are going to watch it anyway, so why bother, right? And let's do a short break to set up the gaming environment here, because I turned off the console, stuff like that. So let's do like a 5-minute break or so, and we'll be back to actually playing the game. Everything was already discussed here. Some expectations were met, some weren't, but things are going in the right direction, generally speaking. So see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Options. I need to turn on the music again. Alright, let's see who's here. Not many. Maybe big. I think I need to go farm again, yeah. To like redo things. Anyway. Massive changes. Kinda liked some of them. We're finally gonna get DR on the Necro, on the Paragon, not having to rely on this thing, the hardened bones, that much. But we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, there's a problem too.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh boy. With unlimited resource, so
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
okay, big is coming.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, he'll come in a bit, I guess. Is Famous playing? Let's see. faster. Soul Spires, okay, Campfire.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Why it doesn't want to turn off? Well, that's very weird.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, it has some kind of cooldown. Hellfire spawns. Okay, Hellfire spawns.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
No, there's so many events. Can't do them all.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Soul Spires. Those are like the worst.
I need more time. I need more time.
Like, how is that even possible? I'm not picking Soul Spires and it keeps giving me Soul Spires.
I need more time. I need more time.
Yeah, there's one more Soul Spire.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
Hunting you. Okay.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Ultimate is destroyed pretty well. I don't know why they make it so weak. And it's no longer minions, it's not benefiting from the DR. But it's not reducing your DR, it's okay. Can spell cancel damage, hellborn damage. Resist hellborn damage. Faster, okay, faster.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of essence. I need more time. I need more essence.
No.
I'm not ready yet.
Maybe. It doesn't look like a good run. Weird. Although I just okay plants.
I'm not ready yet.
Gale.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
This one is gonna take a while. We're running too much. Teleporting and stuff. The most annoying one, maybe Lion could be a bit annoying too.
I need more time.
So many balls!
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Yeah,
I need more time.
just in case.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Nah, not a good one. Definitely not a good one.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Okay, let's also pick gold. Gold is required.
I need more time.
Should I retry now? That 65 is not so bad. Okay. Good. Kerrigan is the place to go.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Yes,
No, what it do?
magic in a bottle.
How many I have? 381. So I need 320. Okay.
On the morrow, traveler. Solid bricks here.
Okay. Oh boy.
More there than I thought. More there than I thought.
That's even worse. What the fuck is going on here? Oh.
Here's a good one.
Okay. Basically the same result. That's not good at all. Need twice the cooldown, once the life. Let's go get more and then try again, I guess. Boy, I better do like way more runs and then get back to it with like many I don't know, couple of thousand need iron, like 8,000 and half a billion gold. Oof, oof.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Come on, a hunting you. Okay, could be a good run.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Whoa.
I'm not ready yet.
Hellborn damage, +1 Hellborn. Okay.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
Elite.
I'm not ready yet.
Woohoo! Wow.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Hellborn invalidates you. Okay, that's good.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
keep them coming. Lead damage. Lead damage. Filter.
I need more time.
Ooh, chance to live to be doubled. Oh boy.
I need more time.
Rivers of blood. Rivers of blood. Spire? Is that a joke?
I'm not ready yet.
Why did you decide to give me spires? Maybe I should have like kept boosting Failborn. But Elite Doubled is a really good thing. Look at this madness.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Oh boy.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Judgment times. Could have been better this round, just 600 before the council, that's not much. Done way better. Wild. And unfortunately, Galeb. So Wild and Galeb, that's a terrible combination. Usually means a slower run because they move a lot.
I'm not ready yet.
And the prism doesn't help much in this case. I think it has to be buffed, and it should be able to also prevent some ranged attacks better, and also ground effects, things like that. If they just go underneath it, that's so dumb.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
Oh, Woody logged in. That's good. Maybe he reviewed the changes too already. Time to play!
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Look at how terrible this run was actually. Even the music expired because this guy is running too much.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
Okay. Yeah, let's get him to lock.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
How much is it? Not much.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, one more, and then the gold. Okay, one, and then the gold.
I'm not ready yet.
Maybe I could even do like easier ones for just the gold. Might be a good idea. They'll probably die like flies there. Let's try one. Can I craft one here? Just for gold. Yeah, do I have trees? Let me see. This one was a 7. I'll keep it on me. They're all 7s. No, let's craft one, I guess. Let's compare the difference. To just get gold. Oh boy, there are like flies here. Yeah, much different.
I need more time. I need more time.
Wow.
I need more time. I need more time.
Maybe that would be a good idea to actually just run this one for faster gold.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Hellborn are hunting you.
I need more time. I need more time.
Oh boy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I'm actually amazed about the difference.
I need more time.
Ah, it's also one wave less, yeah. Elite damage, okay.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
+1 Hellborn or Hellfire? Well, +1 Hellborn, I guess.
I need more
Chance for elite double. Why am I even thinking about something else?
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Okay, so it worked on this side. It looks like it worked on this side.
I need more time.
But on just one of them. So it looks like it rolls on each elite.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
So let's see, if I spawn butcher, we would give me 2 butchers. Imagine that, 2 butchers at least it's 160, so should be very easy.
I'm not ready yet.
Nah, it rolled just 1, unfortunately.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Elites are unstoppable. Okay, let's get unstoppable elites.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
This one might be better for gold though, it's faster. I don't know.
I'm not ready yet.
Masses, elites are unstoppable, okay.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, let's see the judgment. This one should be much easier, but let's see how much easier, because I didn't test them on lower tiers. This guy could have used the potion. Wyan gave it. Okay, so the combination is not good.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
They even broke my combo. Wow.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, I think this is how 8 should feel. But anyway, let's see, just the gold. How much? 34? Crash game? Yeah, almost. Wow, 103. That's not so bad. Just for the... let's go there. Just for the gold, like... that's 60 something K, 60 something million gold. Not bad. Attack speed, crit chance, can't get higher. We can get a bit higher here. Okay. Offensive 65.9, and this is 12. So 77, 78. Yeah, this needs to roll higher. Okay, top priority. Let's see, this is good, somewhat good. Attack speed is maxed. Crit chance. So if I hit it here, I should be able to not be required to hit it here, which could be good. Yeah, let's try. $11.1. It's getting more expensive though. Huh. $11.9. Wow. That's bad. Wow, game. Are you joking with me or something? Wow. And the gold is gone again. Fuck. One more time. Bro. What the fuck? Okay, the game definitely hates me. Who's here? Okay, that is weird. I might do 6s for gold. Wondering. Sixes are much faster for the gold.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Elite damage. Okay.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Yo.
I'm not ready yet.
Hello?
Hello, Big. How you doing?
Who are you?
Not ready yet.
I'm fine. Swapping between 6 and 7. Oof, oof. Damn. 6 for gold, 7 for maps. Changes are crazy for the next season, and we can try them next week. Yeah, Wednesday.
So the PTR is next week?
Yeah, Wednesday.
I'm not ready yet.
Massive changes as usual.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
Every class gets a new skill and passive. Passives. Also new legendary powers and new uniques. And there will be 2 new mythics. Everyone also gets 1 more Paragon board.
Wait, did they show the mythics?
Huh?
Did they show the mythics already or no?
Yeah, they did.
I was just watching it. I didn't finish yet.
Okay. I reviewed it, but probably will make a video after playing, because I wanna play after all. And there are plenty of softcore Andes out there already making videos on it, so why would I be like 1 more of them doing the same? I don't know. But I took notes on my X, and while I was watching and reviewing, I took notes on X, like posted about every major thing on X. So what I'm probably gonna do in my video about this is gonna be like read through what I posted on X, because it was like the most important. Because if I do a long video about the entire patch, that's gonna take like a 3-hour video, which nobody's gonna watch. And I already did it on this stream, so yeah. Fuck it. Yep.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm watching it right now too. So.
What's that?
So I'm watching it right now.
Ah, okay. Etheric masses. Oh boy.
I'm not ready yet.
I think the new druid skill is cool, but it's channeling, and you can control the channeling. You can like stop channeling early, so you can start channeling again and again. And it's doing smaller explosions instead of one large one.
Yep.
Really cool. Conjuration Sork is gonna be even more OP now with this new conjuration. Did you see it?
No, I'm watching it right now.
Oh boy. So yeah, Sork is gonna be really OP now with this thing. It is now, but it's gonna be even stronger. Way stronger now. This thing is insane. Bad news for the build that I'm currently playing, though. The blood lance will overpower on every 8 lance, so it's gonna require much more attack speed, so it will have to deal less damage. And its damage is not good right now as it is, so it could be increased, right? Because I'm not with the top gear. It could have, but yeah.
I need more time.
Two more attacks, that's a lot. It's gonna have to have greater graphics, attack speed on everything. Jeez.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready
But
yet.
I don't know, I think Soft is benefiting the most from the changes.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm watching it right now, trying to see what this.
Okay.
I need more time.
I might actually get this. How many points can I afford there though? Just one. Probably won't make much of a difference if it's just one. No, but let's see.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
What? Ah,
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know how, but this prison of the Hellborn is much better than the one that I can tell. Nothing could go through that thing.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, let's see if this defense, DR from close. Yeah. Okay, so this officially is DR from close instead of reducing their damage, so not as effective as it used to be.
Yep.
Oh boy.
I'm not ready yet.
Room boards are looking crazy. Unfortunately, we don't have separate slot for them. Has to be used on the gear. And it's limited to only 2, which is kinda sucky.
I need more time.
But helmets are getting 2 sockets now.
I'm not ready yet.
It's not bad.
Yeah, but on hardcore we're probably gonna be forced to use the ones with life.
I need more time.
So, I don't know. It is kinda sucky.
I need more time.
Maybe it would have been better for them to do it differently this time. Like, let us do rune wards not on the gear, but on some specific slot, on like specific tab for the character. Like the seasonal powers, you know what I mean? Like a totally different place. At least they did the glyph thing that I was talking about, that I wanted so much, to like additionally craft and upgrade the glyphs, and now they're getting a third bonus, and you can level the glyphs up to level 100 now.
Not bad.
Yeah. Crafting materials will be dropping in the nightmare dungeons from killing anything, but the glyphs will be upgraded in the pit now, so we're forced to do both.
I'm not ready.
That will be interesting.
I'm not ready.
Okay, I finally got a stupid council. All three of them came together to me. Muffer, Wyant, and Ismail. Yeah, no wonder. No Gillet. No Gillet. Fucking hate that guy. Oh? Yeah, no problem.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
How many ruby fragments? Oh.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I think it's better to do 6 for gold instead of 7. It's faster and it's more gold.
I need more time.
Hmm. 370. That's not much. Okay, let's try to hit this again. Doesn't matter where. Ooh. Damn. $13.6. Okay. So this will allow for not having to master or crit chance on this ring. Okay, we good. Now go. Let's go get the gold.
You want work done? Let's
On
get
some
started.
low tier. I'll do 6 just for gold. How's your gold? Big? Okay.
I'm watching this guy talk about I'm fixing the bosses right now.
Changes on the bosses?
Yeah, they're gonna scale the bosses. I'm just watching the campfire chat right now.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not
They're
too
gonna
focused
depending on the torment tier, right?
I guess, I don't know.
Yep.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Wow, 6 is so easy.
I'm not ready.
They're dying like flies.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
New start events. Oh.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Hellfire spawns. Okay.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
It's over.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Nice, so Inferno Horde is coming back. Do it.
Inferno Horde's what?
I need more time.
Saying it's coming back.
Yeah, it's
Confirm.
gonna. Yeah, it's gonna stay in the game. It's not gonna be on the PTR though.
I need more time.
But we will have ways on the PTR to get the masterworking materials. Which is good.
I'm not ready yet.
You don't have to go farm them like crazy. Previous PTRs were kinda terrible.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Yo.
I need more time.
Alright, enough about the difficulty. Can we progress? Organization changes? Alright, let's watch this.
Yeah, now every ancestral will have greater graphics.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
They also change the maximum item power.
I need more time.
Okay, almost crashed the game again. Hmm. $13.1. Let's see if that's gonna be enough. Hmm.
I need time to do that.
Attack speed table. 2.54. That's what we're looking for.
I need more time.
Has to wait. 17. This is 0.8. Huh. 0.8 might not be enough. Let's find out.
All right, traveler.
Oh no, that's gonna be insanely expensive.
Blessings.
Unexpected. Not bad.
Okay.
That's there. Worth the coin.
Okay. Oh boy. It's still the same.
Damn, that glyph update looks crazy.
Yeah.
Go to level 100? What the fuck?
Yeah. Adam to heaven.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
This needs the ultimate cooldown. Damn it. And twice tasked it.
I need more time.
Oh
Anything
boy.
breaks, the forge is hot.
Oh, 400.
Elixirs, brewed to order.
I need time to do that.
Not bad.
No. Okay. No. Two, three.
I need more time.
247 needs to be 53. Seven. Okay. $54, so 0.07. Keep rolling, more damage.
Don't look too bad. I like how they like what they're doing.
Yeah, they're doing Diablo 3 style things. Okay, let's go farm the gold again.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Necro gets one really good passive though. To lucky hit to get barrier, and can be up to 15%. That's crazy.
I need more time.
I could imagine content will be very difficult from next season on, because we're getting so much power. Probably content's gonna require it. That's the usual thing I say. I'm just not very happy about what we're getting. Content will require it. Oh.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. 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 I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. 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 I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. 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 I'm not ready yet.
No.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
No. Hmm. Interesting.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
ships await your return.
So it's next here.
Masterful work.
$69.5.
We need
Okay.
time to do that. I'm not ready yet.
12. 15.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
52. Oh boy, it's still not fitting it. Damn.
Father bless. What do you need?
Damn.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Let me check something. Huh? Wow, 70, what the fuck, man? I need to change this.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
No. Damn it.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Huh? Said anything?
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Great cooldown. It appears +3.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I've been playing 7 hours, I can't believe it.
I'm not ready yet.
7 hours for nothing. Almost. What? No, anyway. Oh boy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Wake me up when they die.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
That's 7, okay.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Damn.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, but yeah. Feel kind of bad. Might go watch a movie or something. Do something else. I don't know. Don't feel like it today, maybe.
Not while I'm in town.
Okay, yeah, let's put an end to this. I'll probably make a PTR video. We'll see when. Now or when I wake up. And I guess thanks to everyone for stopping by.